5 ball, he's already done it in this game, and he does so again beautifully. The clip off the barrel in the middle of the bed. Beaton's 2 up. Beaton here, 115 to level up at 1-1. 25 left, so treble 19 leaves the double. To level, it's back-to-back tough plus checkouts at the beginning of this contest.
If you require 99.
Double 16, beautiful.
First leg,
Another free dart out for Steve Beaton. Consistency is one thing you're going to have. He's on for an 11 darter here. That's a ton checkout. 1-1, instant riposte by the Bronze Adonis. You may be forgiven for thinking it is the Steve Beaton show here at the Modus Super Series, but it has been the Bronze Adonis that has stolen the headlines at Legends League and is top of the table going into the final day's action in Group A. But it's only a slender advantage. 2 points separates him and 3 other players. It could well be a grandstand finale here on the South Coast. Watching all of the action, it is the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver. We can have a look at the table in a few moments' time. Steve Beaton at the top of it. He has a 2-point advantage at the top of it. But as we can see here, the 2 Richies and Neil Duff just a couple of points behind. Steve's going to have to play the same way he did the first couple of days if he's going to go on to win the group.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, it's still, anybody can win this group. It's still wide open. Like you say, there's only them 2 points. So, anything can happen.
What did Steve do so right yesterday in your eyes?
I think he was quite consistent. He had a few wobbles, he lost a couple of games, but, he was generally just floated his way through kind of thing. So he was just consistent.
Well, we see the silky smooth throw of Steve Beaton, irresistible. It hasn't really changed over the course of the last 30 years. But if we talk about the contrast, we've got Richie Burnett, who is second place in the table. Well, this was in the middle of his game against Richie Howson yesterday, where the trailing leg really did go. And it looked like he did himself an injustice there.
Yeah, I think that's the spot where I said that he almost did a somersault. Yes, it's their styles are completely different, and it sometimes makes you wonder how Richie hits what he does. But it works for him. There's no right or wrong way in how to throw a dart, and it works for him. So why change it?
And all jokes aside, he played very well yesterday. He's got himself in the mix. It was a weird day for him because there was a point where he could have gone top of the table. There was a point he could have then dropped down to 5th. But somehow, some way, he's got himself right in contention. Yeah,
he had a bit of a blip earlier on, and but managed to hold back and pull it back and get himself in the position he has.
So Richie Burnett amongst the mix, as well as Neil Duff, the only player to have beaten Steve Beaton across both days in the group, and his ton plus finishing for them yesterday, including 3 in that match against Steve. When it counted, he found some big moments.
He did, and he was the most consistent player yesterday. He was averaging, I think his overall average was something like 92 throughout the day. So, that was fantastic.
Well, let's have a look at the odds. Steve Beaton, perhaps unsurprisingly, the 11 to 10 favourite. Robert Thornton cannot win this group from this position. The only player on 12 points you haven't spoken about is Richie Howson. He's 10 to 3 in the betting. In terms of yesterday, he may not hit the heights of the other players, but it felt like he played at a real streamlined, consistent level throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, he was quite consistent. I think towards the end of the day, he looked a bit... fatigue was setting in, and I think that was the same for Devon, to be fair, in the game that they played against each other. But yeah, I think it's a long day, and it's hard to keep up that same pace all the time.
Steve's involved in the first game of the session, being top of the table, and the fact he can add to his lead at the top as well. How big an advantage could that be for him, just to put the points on the board and to really put the pressure on his other opponents?
Well, he'll be wanting to do just that. He'll be I think he's playing Robert.
Yes.
So, with Robert being not playing at his best at the moment, so he'll be looking to get a win there and set him off for the day.
Trina, thank you. It's 18 plus. It's gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Legends League today. Our first game does see top against bottom go toe-to-toe as Steve Beaton faces off against Robert Thornton. For Beaton, he can move temporarily 4 points clear at the top of the table, whilst Robert is consigned to Group C on Thursday and Friday. He is looking to build some confidence ahead of that. But prior to play getting underway on this Wednesday, I caught up with the 1996 champion of the world. Steve, top of the table going into the final day's play. How would you reflect upon the week so far?
I haven't really looked at the table. Like you said, I'm top. I think really it's just trying to keep it going, really. Neil's beat me twice, so I've got to see if I can beat him today. But yeah, I was a bit in and out yesterday, but you know, every day's different, so see how it goes today.
You mentioned you're not looking at the table. Is it a case of just winning as many games as possible and that kind of looks after itself?
Yeah, I never really watch it. I'm just thinking of how many games I'm winning, really. I know I've lost 3 so far, so I just sort of count it on that, really. But yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if I'm not top anyway. I've still got 2 more days I can carry on playing anyway. So it takes a little bit of pressure off you. You can enjoy the game a bit better, and you know, hopefully I'm going to be here for Saturday.
Well, it is tight at the top of the table. There's 2 points separating 4 players. Does that put you in the air with perhaps no mistake darts today?
Yeah, I mean, they all proved it yesterday. The first day we were all a bit up and down, but yesterday I think the lads played a lot better and they can show what they can do, you know, and I knew I was in for a game. So, yeah, I know this isn't going to be easy, so I've got to have to keep it going to stay at the top. But, yeah, they're playing really well now.
The battle lines have been drawn on the hockey, but there was a picture circulating off the hockey last night of you guys out enjoying the company. I suppose this is one of the nice things, isn't it, about the Super Series where you play, it's competitive, but off the hockey everyone gets along with one another.
Yeah, I mean, me and Richie are staying a bit further out of town, so we just said, you fancy your curry last night? So we all went, we went early, we went about 6, half 6, so we all got to bed early. We went out drinking all night. But, yeah, it's great, because, I mean, we all get on well anyway. So there was only Robert that didn't go. He don't like curry, so he was the only one missing.
Well, I wish you all the best today. Steve, good luck.
Oh, cheers, thanks.
And let's hope the action is as red hot as the coveys last night for the players. Match 1 sees Steve Beaton and Robert Thornton go toe-to-toe. It's a chance for the Bronze Adonis to go 4 points clear at the top of the table ahead of Howson, Burnett and Duss. First games in the group. For the Fawn, well, he's just looking to find something on this Wednesday. The first couple of days didn't quite go to plan, but having the chat with him this morning, he feels refreshed and ready to go for the task ahead of him. Whereas for Steve Beaton, it really doesn't quite matter what the scenario. He looks cool, calm, relaxed and composed at the hockey. Up against Robert Thornton, who at times did look like he was a little bit fatigued towards the end of the day, really did tire towards the end of the session. But he's hoping a new day brings new possibilities. And perhaps knowing that his fate is going to be in Group C, he can use today as a vehicle to really gain some confidence. Jack Garwood is your referee for all of the
Steve to throw first.
Action across this
Game on.
Wednesday morning session. Steve Beaton gets us underway, looking to extend his gap at the top of the table. And I'm happy to say I'm going to be alongside Trina Gulliver in commentary for all 15 matches. Hi, Trina.
Good morning, Henry.
What an opportunity this is for Steve Beaton to extend his lead at the top of the table, but it looks like already there's signs that Robert Thornton is just beginning to tick in the right direction.
Yeah, it does, and he's got off to a great start there. He'll be hoping to put today's performances really behind him and hope to play better today. And he's starting off really well, so we shall see what happens.
He's got that air of free roll, hasn't he?
108.
He knows he's not in the equation. He's not got any pressure on his shoulders today. He can just go out there and just try and hit his stride. The pressure's not on him today. It's about getting himself in the best possible place for the next couple of days.
Steve, you require.
Yeah, well, this is a great leg he's having at the moment.
60. Robert, you require.
So Robert on 56 to break the throw. Steve Beaton tops. Double 10.
46.
Can't find it though. So Steve will be coming back for this 80.
And these have been opportunities that Steve Beaton have been picking off all week long. Double 10. Maybe a bit of blessing in
60.
disguise because he had an open
Robert,
bid
you
to aim at,
require
but Thornton
10.
back for double 5 for the first leg.
So double 2.
6. Steve, you require 20.
2 10s for Steve Beaton to
Gets
take
on
the
first
opening leg
Steve Beaton.
of this match. A leg that Thornton will feel like he should have won, had 4 opportunities at the double to do
Second
exactly
leg,
that,
it's
but
Robert to
Beaton
throw
pinching his
first.
pocket and leading 1-0.
Yeah, Robert's scoring. It's very good in that leg, but couldn't manage to convert a double.
58.
In terms of his numbers for yesterday, doubles were a key concern. His overall average, 85.25. That was the
140.
lowest of the 6 players that were in action yesterday. And the glaring concern, 7 from 25 in terms of double attempts. That equates to a percentage of just 28. To put that by way of comparison, every other player in the group had at least 30% or more on the outer ring.
100.
We mentioned it yesterday with Devon Peterson's numbers on day 1. You feel like this group is as simple as if you don't
95.
take the opportunities you are given, your opponents are just going to punish you.
Yeah, the strength is just too strong,
54.
and you've got to take them little chances that you get.
And I can imagine there are opportunities that probably in other games you feel, okay, I might come back for 3 more, but they must feel like every single time you
80.
approach the board, there's a constant pressure. There's always a feeling of somebody tapping on your shoulder.
Yeah, there's no room for error at all in this this group. And,
135.
the darts all week have just been great, absolutely brilliant.
And Steve Beaton here doing Steve Beaton stuff.
100. Steve,
You'll have to forgive us about the fact that we've spoken about him all week long, but the way he's playing this week has made us talk about his excellence, talk about his brilliance.
6.
Went 1-0 up on a
Robert, you
leg perhaps he
require
didn't deserve
108.
to, and he's beginning to motor on. But a couple of misses here has allowed Thornton back at this 108, and he's going to get a look at double 18 for the Shanghai on 18.
76. Steve, you require 12.
So just slips there into the 4, but double 6 now for Steve. Double 3.
9. Robert, you
Can't
require
manage it, so
32.
for a holder throw. Double 16.
Gets
Takes it
on
with
the
the second
second
dart
leg, Robert
and levels the
Thornton.
match.
It's been a bit of a quirky fixture so far. It's one of these which
Third
is
leg, it's Steve
probably
to
a
throw
fair
first.
reflection of the
Game
game,
up.
but both players have won the leg that perhaps they deserve to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. That has been the case
41.
indeed.
$97.
It's interesting, Steve was saying in his interview that he hasn't been looking at league tables. He hasn't been
57.
concerning himself with those kinds of things. It feels like he's just got this air of one of those players that will just win matches and hope it's enough.
60.
I think he just plays what's put in front of him, kind of thing. You know, he's so laid back. He doesn't worry about things like that.
125.
So he'll just play the player that's put in front of him, and go for the win. Obviously,
Would it only be human, though, on a day like today where you could
125.
go and win a group that you will naturally glance over just to see where things are?
you may well do, but it's like he said in the
92.
interview. You know, he's got other chances if he doesn't get through today. So it's not quite the be all and end all. The only gain that you get is you get 2 days off. So it all depends how you want it to
81.
pan out, I guess.
Every player's preference, and every player's preference is different. You've learned that by speaking to so many players
96.
about this format
Robert, you
over the
require 138.
couple of years we've been here. Thornton looking at 138, not going to go. Beaton back to lead this game 2-1. May just be a dart at the bull on the back of this 90.
58. Steve,
We've
you
been
require
mentioning these
90.
mid-range opportunities that he's taken all week long. He's going to get another one here. He'll start on the bull. Is he going to end on the bull?
45.
That last
Robert, you
dart a bit way
require
off.
80.
So giving Robert the opportunity of this 80, the 20 or tops, double 10.
70. Steve, you
Can't
require
convert it.
45.
So Steve coming back for 45. So double 16, double 8 to go 2-1 up. Finds it with
Game
his
shot on
third
the
dart.
leg. Steve
And
Beaton.
does take the lead.
Only 2 from 10 on the doubles, but he's found the 2 that have counted
Fourth
in this
leg. It's
contest
Robert to
thus
throw
far.
first. Game on.
And even when he's not playing at his best, he's given himself enough opportunities to get himself in front in
58.
contests. For Robert, this will probably be a nagging frustration because it's been a game that's
26.
been there for the taking for him. He's played some decent stuff, but has not been able to make the inroads that perhaps he would have liked.
Yeah, he started off well. And,
140.
like I say, he should have had that first leg. Would feel a bit robbed of that first leg, but
78.
you'll see how it pans out. Should start in the 19s here, and does.
58.
So mind if Steve wins this game, he moves 4 points clear at
118.
the top of the group. Richie Houghton, Richie Burnett, Neil Duff yet to play. The two Richies face off against one another in the final game of the first round. Neil Duff's first assignment with Devon
97.
Peterson, who showed real signs of improvement during the second day's play. But Thornton here with an opportunity to
57.
level the game up at 2-2 and 6 on 148.
Well, the 148 can't go now.
28.
Steve way back on 222, so he will be coming back.
Richie Beno cricket score.
100.
2 for 2-2-2.
Robert, you require 120.
You drop into the treble. Can't find it this time, so you'll just set it up.
43. Steve, you require 122.
So Beaton here, looking at 1-2-2 to move 3-1-2 the goods. And he's going to get a poke at the bullseye. That's just squeezed into the treble.
97.
Just below the line and length
Robert,
is
you
okay.
require
Just dip
77.
below the bottom side of the paint of the wire. And so Thornton to square up. One left at double 10. Cannot use
67.
what was a good guide.
Steve, you require 25.
Yeah, his double's proving to be a bit of an issue. So double 8 here for Steve. Double 4.
17. Robert, you require 10.
2 from 13 on the outer ring so far in this game for Steve Beaton. But Robert Thornton himself is having similar issues on the doubles. It's the madhouse.
8.
It's madness on the doubles
Steve,
on the
you
pair.
require 8. Game shot on the
Yeah,
fourth
double
leg.
4.
Steve Beaton.
For Steve to take a 3-1 lead. And that was a break of throw 2.
Fifth leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Robert looking a bit despondent there. Clearly having issues with his doubles. His scoring seems to be relatively okay.
It must be worse in games that you feel like is there for the taking.
43.
This game really is there for Robert to take.
It's the frustration, you know, and it creeps in, and with Robert being
100.
quite, you can see how he's feeling. You know, he wears his heart on his sleeve, kind of thing. So, and you can see how despondent he's getting. With it.
140. $43.
Steve, it's been his most below par performance so far, but if he gets the 2 points, he's still in a comfortable
100.
position in the group. Not helped, of course, by the 11 missed doubles that he's had so far in this game, but you want to be careful
96.
here because Thornton's taken the throw off of the bronze Adonis and has got 6 darts from here to get the break and bring it back to 3-2. And importantly,
98.
Thornton would have the throw in that 6th leg to take us all the way to a decider.
60.
Well, Steve doesn't
Robert,
find
you
a treble
require
there, so
120.
20 now for tops. And he
Game
takes
shot on the
it.
fifth leg. Robert Thornton.
3-2 the scoreline.
Well, he hit that yesterday, didn't he, alongside a couple of
Sixth leg. It's Robert
170s.
to throw
When it's
first.
come to big three-figure combinations, Robert
Game on.
Thornton's been your man. And perhaps it's ironic that prior to that, he was 1 from 12 on the doubles, and suddenly he's found a ton topper.
42. 132.
And he's a big fish away from breaking the record for most, or equaling the record, shall I say, for most 170s in a week here at the Modus Super Series. A record which is held very proudly by Jared Cole.
43.
I say very proudly because he's part of our backstage team here at the Super Series and never stops talking about it.
34.
We love Jared, really.
$134.
BEATON, having seen Thornton take out that ton topper and
6.
break him, it could have so easily have just drifted away this match from him, but he's got 6 from here to complete a 4-2 win. He's going about his business beautifully.
98.
He is, and he sets that up for a 94. Thornton really needs a couple of trebles here.
95.
Well,
Steve
went for a couple of
required
bullseyes.
94.
Does leave himself a number, but tops,
Game
there
shot
it
And
is.
the match, Steve Beaton.
For Steve, takes the match 4-2. Convincing performance there from Steve Beaton. Averaging 80.97. Robert 79.77. 120 checkout for Robert. 4 out of 5 for Steve. 2 out of 13 for Robert. Coming up next, Devon Peterson, Neil Duff.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events,
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
weeks starring Luke Littler,
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
record-breaking averages,
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Darryl Pilgrim with the record average.
and insane 9-dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey,
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
deep dives in our tungsten talks,
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
and Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series and watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Steve Beaton extended his lead at the top of the table to 4 points with a 4-2 win against Robert Thornton. Next up for us, our second game sees Neil Duff and Devon Peterson go toe-to-toe. It was a much improved offering on Tuesday from the African Warrior. The reigning global champion picked up that title in this building back in December. He takes on Neil Duff, who... well, he improved tremendously. He was the best player of the day yesterday. Best daily average, best doubles percentage. But you've been disappointed that he lost his last match, where he could have gone level on points with Steve Beaton at the top of the table. He can cut the gap to within 2, but this really is a dangerous proposition up against Devon Peterson, who showed some real signs of life during yesterday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In fact, Devon got the beating of Neil Duff in this fixture yesterday. Hit 4 180s, averaged just under 98, was 4 for 9 on his doubles. He really did, when you look at the way he played from day 1 to day 2, really improved. And that was helped in part by a tremendous doubling ratio yesterday.
Yeah, exactly that. He did improve vastly. And he managed to sort out his double issues from the previous day. So he'll be hoping that that continues today.
57.
As for Neil Duff, his overall daily average was 92.09. 16 from 40 on the doubles, that equates to 40%, but did have a bit of a considerable drop-off in comparison to the rest of the day in his match against Richie Burnett. If you take that anomaly out of the equation, for the day in the first 4 matches, 42. Neil Duff had a running average of 95.62.
That's very impressive. That's incredible. Like I said in the studio, he was the most consistent player yesterday, and them averages just say it all.
Well, Neil Duff was playing to tour levels because over the last 12 months, the PDC Pro Tour average of averages, if you put everybody together as a collective, is 92. So that's the type of level that Neil Duff is playing at.
60.
And when he did play Burnett yesterday, it was towards the end of the day, and you know everybody's feeling it by the end of the day. So things, you know, your arm gets tired, your legs get tired.
And I suppose for Neil as well, by 85. That point, even though he'd be disappointed, he did the work he needed to do.
Yeah, you know, he wouldn't. He'd had a good day. It's no way. No way you can't say that. So he won't be too bothered by it all.
110. Neil, you require 96.
We've been bothered by that set-up turn from Devon there, but he's going to get a couple in his hand at double 18 to get the break in the opening leg. Is that a guide?
6.
No is the answer. You dress further away, and so Peterson back for 32.
Game shot.
Moves along the hockey.
Devon Peterson
finds it with his second dart. Holds his throw.
Second leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Going through the process at the back of the stage, whirling through the back of his mind. He's one of those players, Devon, where
60 serve.
Everything he does has to have a purpose to it.
He analyses things a lot, and yeah, that's how he works. That's how he drives himself.
I suppose when you think about his story, everything does have to have a purpose.
140.
Up in sticks from Cape Town to move to Bradford in the UK to start his darting career, and now looking to give back to not just South Africa, but the continent of Africa as a whole. Doing some great work with the African Darts Group, which now has a partnership with the Modus Super Series. They'll be providing one player from that continent, from that qualification system, in all 3 of the series that will be played in 2025. Devon spoke about this when he won the Global
99.
Championship. He's not just playing for himself, he's playing for a much bigger cause. And when he won that title, he didn't speak about how big it was for his career. He was speaking about the platform it's going to give darts back in Africa.
Yes, he's a great ambassador for the country.
60. Neil, you require 60.
So 60 here for Neil. Tops.
Game
Tops
shot on
and levels
second
the
leg,
match.
Neil Duff.
The work Devon's doing in those developing regions, the fact that
Third
the Modus
leg,
Super
it's Devon
Series
to throw
can
first.
give those
Game
types
on.
of opportunities to players from all parts of the world. And the first thing that Devon said is maybe there'll be one or two players that it'd be the first time they play in front of cameras. There might be some nerves, but to give those players the opportunity, particularly for the next generation as well, just dangles that carrot, and it makes sure that the sport is truly representative all over the globe.
Well, that's great, isn't it? Because, you know, Modus is all about giving people opportunities, and you know, that's a great platform for anyone that comes forward. So it's incredible.
Africa, incredibly, is a continent of 1.6 billion people. That equates to an eighth of the globe. But yet, in terms of a darting landscape, it's not quite fulfilled the potential they would have liked. But there really is potential in that part of the world. And the World Championship qualifying in Kenya was quite the occasion. The arena for the grand finals was packed to the point where every single time there's a 140 call, they're making such an atmosphere that... Do you remember the old vuvuzelas from the South Africa World Cup?
I can't say that I do.
Well, the vuvuzela instrument kept going off every single time there was a 140. It was the most unique atmosphere. It was incredibly crazy.
Sounds brilliant.
I think we need a specials week in Nairobi.
100. Devon, you require 121.
So Devon on 121. Goes for the bullseye first. Well, recovers with his last start. He's on a finish.
100.
Now looking to pressure it there,
Devon, you
but
require 44.
is it enough? So double 16 now.
Game
For a
shot on
2-1
the third
victory.
leg, Devon Peterson.
2-1 lead even.
I'm sure he'll see every leg as a victory in his eyes. Devon Peterson.
Fourth
And you could
leg,
tell
it's
how
Neil
much
to
that
throw
leg
first.
meant to him. That felt like
Game
a
on.
big one.
Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're thinking it was World Masters Week.
100.
That'd be a good one, wouldn't it? Windmill World Masters Week. Best of 3-leg sets.
180.
That was another one he'd have a bad track record in, was it?
Just a 6.
140.
Just a 6. You slacked in that one. This is why I enjoy commentating with you, Trina, because it brings
55.
the World Championship camp between us and the commentary box up a little bit. There's 10 between us. Admittedly, you won a lot more than I did.
95.
I'm sure you've tried, though.
Yeah, apparently they don't give out a participation medal anymore.
59.
It's the only medal I won at Sports Day.
$60. $100. Now you
It's neck and
require
neck in this.
106.
Leg. 6 for tops.
Game shot on
2-2.
the fourth leg, Neil Duff.
Levels up.
But he hit 3, didn't he, in his game against Steve Beaton
Fifth leg,
yesterday. He's
it's
found
Devon to
another
throw
one
first.
there.
Game on.
The 106 to square proceedings up. When his back's been somewhat against the wall at points, that's when Neil Duff tends to deliver. He's built his career on real resilience and brinksmanship, and when his back's against the wall,
100.
finding something when it matters. We almost saw another ultimate comeback at the Lakeside for him in December. He found himself 3-0 down to Jason Brandon in the quarterfinals. He brought it back to 3-3, was unable to finish the job off in the end. But he's somebody that, regardless of whatever the cards are stacked against him, you never back him, or never back against him from getting out of it.
No, Neil is a battler. He'll never give up. Never give up.
And in some senses, knowing the scenario in play today, knowing that he's got a little bit of a deficit to Steve, they're the kind of challenges he just relishes.
I always remember when he was at Lakeside, the year that he won it, he said right from the start he was going to win it. And, you know, he was true to his word. It's a very brave statement to make at the beginning of a tournament.
And it wasn't just that. He was then telling you what score he was going to win by. And he was right.
Devon, you require 101.
So 101 here. 81 left, treble 19.
49. Neil, you require 76.
76 for Duff. So tops now.
56. Devon, you require 52.
Double 16.
Game shot
Devon
on the fifth
Peterson
leg.
to lead
Devon
this
Peterson.
contest by 3 legs to 2. He's one away from the finishing line here.
Sixth leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
This, we said at the outset, was a real tricky fixture for Neil to
100.
kickstart the day. Devon was much improved in comparison to his Monday showing. And a defeat here for the Duff man would mean that he'd be 4 points behind Beaton with 8 points left to play for. Yes, he's still got to play the Bronze Adonis later on in the day, but with time running out, it's a lot of ground to make up.
60.
Well, his record against Steve has been good. But, you know, he needs to be wanting to get the job done before he gets to Steve.
You don't want to rely on that one game either to get you out of jail.
No, absolutely not. It's just added pressure.
96.
At the minute, Duff is looking to use his get out of jail free card.
81.
Devon's just ticking along at a nice rate here. Needs to find a treble. Manages to salvage the turn of his last dart. Finds himself on a finish, but Peterson can leave it more handy. Couple of trebles, leads himself on a 2-darter.
100. Neil, you require 145. 129.
Would have been for another haymaker from Duff. He's left himself on a double if Peterson cannot convert the 140 for the match, and he's unable to complete that particular task.
45. Neil, you require 16.
To double 8.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Levels up the match. 3-3, and we go into the deciding leg.
Big leg this for Neil Duff. Perhaps the leg where his Group A hopes all hinge upon. Win this leg, he's in play. Lose it, it's a long way back, and you may well be
82.
Looking at Neil Duff, perhaps chasing behind in the race for Group B darts, let alone winning the group. The only advantage he does have is the fact that the two witches go toe-to-toe in the next, so one will be left on 12. One is guaranteed to be on 14.
121. 54.
Well, Neil, not finding a treble there. Whereas Devon
121.
finds 2. No finish, though.
I feel like that last start perhaps let him down somewhat, but he has got 6 more from 177 to get the job done. Duff is on his shoulder, but Peterson looking to eventually prevail. And he's going about his business quite nicely. Leads himself on tops after 12.
He'd love another one.
100. Devon, you require 40.
His hopes now are in the hands of Devon Peterson, who looks at double 10 to get the job done. Double 5, 1 left. Duff was waiting in the background, but he isn't going to get a go because Devon Peterson has landed what could well be the fatal blow to his hopes of winning Group A. The African Warrior is on the board. He seals a 4-3 win against the former Lakeside champion, doing so with an average just under 88, 4 from 7 on his doubles. Duff, well, in terms of the scoring prowess, was slightly better than his opponent. He had that ton plus checkout as well, but it was a couple of missed opportunities here and there that has come back to cost him. Coming up after the break is the Battle of the Richies as Burnett takes on Howson.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Devon Peterson get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. Average just under 88. Dublin much improved from his performances on Monday. 4 from 7 on the outer ring. It looks like Devon Peterson really is beginning to find these mojo as this Group A comes towards a close. But welcome along, everybody, to the Richie Burnett show here at the Super Series, where we don't know what's going to happen next, and he doesn't know what happens next. But at the beginning of the day, he finds himself on 12 points in third position in the group. In fact, it is the battle of the players who are on a dozen points, because Richie Howson is kicking off this game in second position. If he wins it, he'll move within 2 points of Steve Beaton at the top of the table. The winner is guaranteed to move on to 14. So Steve Beaton will have somebody breathing down his neck. But there's a real opportunity here for Richie to make some real advances early on in the session. Howson, that is. Because if he can win this game, he takes on Steve Beaton in his second match. That's in game 5
First
of
leg
the day.
is Richie Burnett.
And so if he can get off to a real positive
Game on.
start here, the Owl, he can do himself a lot of favours very quickly.
$41.
Spoken a lot about the personal head-to-heads between players, and it does feel like today's going to be one of those days where you're probably targeting certain games, you're targeting
83.
certain players, knowing that results against them, and in particular Steve, are probably going to hold the keys towards your success.
Yeah, it's all gonna every game is gonna sway
41.
things differently, and you know it's gonna come right down to the wire.
Steve Beaton may have a lead, but it is going to be cut in half no matter what at the end of this contest. In terms of
81.
both players yesterday, both averaging around the mid-80s. In fact, on paper, there wasn't really too much to separate them. Howson, 86.5 average for the day, 30% on his doubles. Burnett, 85.30, 32% when it came to his overall doubling.
Maximum there for Burnett.
180.
Just a ton for Richie Howson.
Require 116.
But does leave himself a finish. Should Richie Burnett not take this out?
Just below.
100.
Finds the triple with the last,
Richie
leaves himself on a double.
106.
He's forced Howson here to take out the 160, and he's unable to get himself up for that particular task. But like Burnett, unable to take out a ton topper, is going to leave himself on a double. But it is the Prince of Wales that gets first
16.
poke.
No score.
Slips into the 32 bed.
Richie
Not impressed with
requires
himself.
20.
Having a right old chat to himself. So double 10 here for Howson. Can he sneak it in?
No
Can't
score.
manage it.
It's clipped off the barrel and bounced the other side. Richie Burnett going through
requires
some
16.
running repairs in the background, looking to rescue this first leg. Double 4, one left. In it
Game
goes
shot on the first
eventually.
leg.
Burnett one
Richie
up.
Burnett. Second leg
Players
is Richie
with
Howson to the
numerous
row first.
opportunities to get the first leg
Game on.
won, and Richie perhaps feeling some precipitation on his hands. Precipitation, sorry.
140.
Is that in the dictionary?
I missaid the
word.
first one. Precipitation.
60.
Yeah,
Basically, he's drying his hands on his
that you mean
leg.
perspiration. It was close. It began with a P.
100.
I'm going to throw the towel in after that comment.
60.
It's all right, Trina. When I'm replaced by an AI-generated commentator, they'll get it right.
Well, won't have your sense of humour. Will it?
60.
I think there's a lot of people that hope not.
Can they do that with AI?
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible for another human, let alone an artificial
60.
being.
Howson in control of this leg.
$57. $45. Richie
Slip into the
require
5 there for Richie.
144.
Doesn't give him much hope in this leg. So 144 for Richie. Howson.
60.
Oh, but it hasn't really got out the gate at all. I know he's leading this game. But this second leg, there's been a bit of kilter from him.
Richie
Howson
require
back
84.
for 84 to square the match up at 1 apiece. They just picked up the pull here to square this contest up. No mistake.
Game's on the second leg. Richie
The bullseye
Howson.
pinned by the owl and we're level at 1-1.
Third leg
Yeah,
is
great
Richie
shot
Burnett
there
to
from
throw
Howson.
first. Game on.
You can certainly
97.
feel a little bit of a tension in the air today. It is a huge day with huge stakes on the line. And you can really feel a tension in the arena with all players knowing, and particularly for them knowing that they're in the race to win this group and that there is a lot at stake and a lot in play for the players.
59.
They are perhaps looking at the table back there when they go back and just having a quick peek at
60.
what they think they've got to do. But, you know, really all you can do is try and win every game because you're not in control of what others do. So you can only concentrate on what you do.
You've been in that practice room and going to be in that practice room tomorrow. What is the atmosphere like on a day like today when the table's really tight?
Well, they'll be having a laugh. They will be having a laugh as well, you know. But they will be sneaking a few eyes over at the laptop to see where they stand. But yeah, the atmosphere will be good. You know, they're still going to play on. You know, it's not the end of everything today. So, but they're just trying to get themselves in the best position that they can.
Richie Burnett looking to get himself in the best position that he can. Well, it was a disastrous leg against Road, but back on it. He's left tops after 12. And he's looking at double 10 here to move 2-1 to the good.
20.
But he has missed 3 opportunities.
Richie require 133.
Well, can't be done now. So Burnett will be coming back for 20.
59. Richie required 20.
So double 10. Double 5. It's a way off, but can you drop it in? He does with his third dart.
Leg, Richie Burnett.
And takes that leg.
Just denying Richie Howson
fourth leg, it's Richie Howson
of an opportunity.
First. Game on.
That's that perspiration on his hands.
140.
I'll say it for you, love. Don't worry.
Thank you for bailing me out.
43. 60.
I wonder if the wicket-keeping glove is going to be needed today.
40.
From Richie Burnett.
Yeah, because he tried to yank his darts up to us here at the commentary box yesterday.
In frustration. Yes, indeed, he did. So,
121.
I'm prepared. I have the wicket-keeper glove.
We should mention that it was based on his own frustration. He couldn't hear what we were saying. Or at least that's what we've been led to believe.
100.
It feels like a game which is being very much dominated by the player who's throwing first in it. Burnett's been doing all of his work on throw, and it looks like Howson's doing something similar. Burnett can do that, but at some point Howson's going to have to try and find the break, and he did miss 3 opportunities to do exactly that in leg 1 of this contest.
140. Richie require 80.
So 80 now. Another single 20 for tops to level the match.
40.
Can't find it. Burnett not on a finish, so Howson will be back.
Can only try and apply scoreboard
56.
pressure. Cannot find a treble there.
Richie
So Howson back to tops
40.
to level this game up at 2-2. This
Gets
time, no
on a
mistake.
full flag.
It's a
Richie
game
Howson.
that's being dominated by the player throwing first. 4 holds, 2-2.
5th flag. It's Richie Burnett to throw first. Game on.
Just waiting for the ignition switch to be turned on in this match.
60.
Richie's literally trying to kick himself into gear.
It's a wonder he don't do himself an injury, you know.
140.
He might be the only dart player ever to have a hamstring injury whilst playing. Really is getting himself psyched up.
85.
Really is getting wound up. How do you think Richie's feeling, Trina?
Well, I think he's a little bit frustrated.
140.
Just a tad.
And I don't think he would have liked what he's seen from Richie Howson either, because back-to-back 140s for him means that he's got an opportunity to get that break which he needs at some point in this contest.
$140.
Really good darts from Howson in this leg.
$100. Richie require 81.
So double 12. Can't find it. So
Richie
Burnett
require 156.
can have a go at this 156 for a holder throw. Can't be done now.
Well, the hat-trick of 140s at the beginning of the leg
140.
warranted Richie Howson a
Richie
couple of
requires
opportunities, and a couple
24.
of opportunities he's going to get, and a couple of opportunities he's going to need. But if he misses 3 more here, Burnett is lurking,
Gets
but he's
on a
not going to
fifth
get a
leg,
shot. It's a
Richie
14-dart breaker throw for Richie Howson to lead 3-2, and now has the darts in
6th
his hand to
flag.
win
It's
the match.
Richie Howson to throw first. Game on.
There's Burnett going over to his favourite speaker. Getting rid of that perspiration.
100.
It may turn into precipitation because he might be like a Travis track and thinking, why is it always raining on me?
140. $100. 83.
Well, we saw the whole hog there. We saw the neck twist and the leg kick at the back end of that Burnett visit. But it's Howson who holds all the cards from this point onwards. He got the break in the previous leg and now really looking to consolidate it on foe. And that ton there puts himself in a real privileged position.
$100. $60.
Would have loved a treble there, but can't find one. He is on a finish. However, these darts from Burnett
100. Richie require
will put
141.
him in charge of this leg.
Unless Howson can find something to bring the house down, but he's unable to take out the 141. So Burnett back 478
26.
to take us the distance.
Richie requires 78.
So hits a treble 18. Double 6 now.
66.
And so Howson comes
Richie
back.
require 115.
115 to win the contest. He got the break in the previous leg. He's now looking to get the job done here on throw. But he's going to have to find a trouble with dart 2. Is unable to do so.
59.
So Burnett will return.
Richie
Take us all the way.
requires 12.
Double 3 now.
6.
Can't find it.
Richie require 56.
Throws his dummy out the pram.
And now it's Howson throwing for the match. 2 darts at tops. Double 10.
36.
Doesn't go. It's 2 match darts
Richie
missed
requires
for
6.
Richie Howson.
This match is tense. So double 3 for Burnett. Take us to the
Game's on
decider.
the 6th leg, Richie Burnett.
We have a level pegging game.
7th
Burnett
and
breaks
final
back.
leg. It's Richie Burnett to throw first. Game
And
on.
has the darts in the decider. He's going through the mill of emotions. And even by Richie Burnett's standards, he really is going through the mill of emotions. He's got to try
85.
and find a way of holding it all together here.
He's so animated. He's he must be the easiest person to read
45.
as a player.
We should have a Richie Burnett reaction compilation.
51.
Add that to the list.
$140. $108.
Well, that's timing for you. A great 180 in the last leg of the match.
Well, that was a hop, a skip, and a kick for that 180 for Richie Burnett. And he's left himself in a position here where he's got 6 darts on 185 to get the job done, to seal a last leg success, which would put him onto 14 points in the group. And he's going about his business brilliantly. Howson missed 2 darts to win this game 4-2. And the game may well be up for him here.
Yes, the timing of that 180 from Burnett,
6.
followed by a 140.
Richie requires
Puts him
45.
in charge of this. So, double 16 for the match.
Game
Finds
shot
it.
and the match, Richie Burnett.
Close, contested match there. Burnett taking it 4-3 to 4 legs to 3. An 82.19 for Burnett, 85.18 for Howson. 4 out of 20 for Burnett. 3 out of 12 for Howson. So coming up next, it's Robert Thornton and Devon Peterson.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker, and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with a
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12. To become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when I told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Pedette got the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 3. That completes the first round of fixtures. Seconds out, round 2, and we kick off with a duel between Devon Peterson and Robert Thornton. Robert losing out 4-2 to Steve Beaton in his opening match, whilst Devon got the better of Neil Dove in a deciding leg 4-3. His doubling really was what helped him get over the line. 4th and 7. And the ending was for Robert. That was kind of his downfall in his game against Steve Beaton. Just 2 from 13 on the outer ring. And you feel like if he's going to get any joy against forever improving Devon Peterson, he's going to have to sharpen up there.
Yeah, Robert seems to be able to put the big combos together. But when it comes to double on its own, he's struggling.
60.
Of course, yesterday, talking of big combos, he took out
140.
the big fish twice.
26.
Well, incredibly, he had 4 ton plus finishes, and that equated to 4 of the 7 legs that he won yesterday.
180.
Maximum there from Devon. Leave himself on a shot.
140.
Followed nearly
Devon, you require 140.
by a 180 from Robert.
100.
Decided to stay. Now, there has been occasions where players like Devon can sometimes just drift across to the 12 to ensure that they don't bust the score.
Devon, you require 40.
Particularly when there's 60 left, but he's found himself on tops. Looking to get tops. And does so last start in hand. Devon Peterson gets the break right from the get-go.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on. $119.
Well, a good recovery there from Devon. Big 5 with his first start, followed by 2 treble 19s.
$140.
Personal head-to-head for the week. Robert got his only win so far in this Group A
96.
against Devon Peterson on Monday. It was a 4-2 success for the Fawn in that particular matchup. That was in the middle of Monday's session, whilst yesterday it was a comprehensive 4-1 success for Devon. It was their first meetings in competitive play for the best part of 5 years. And now Peterson are going to go through the gears, but he isn't going to go 2-0 up here, but he has got the luxury of time to double his advantage in this contest.
42. $78.
A bounce off the barrel
Devon,
there.
you require 75.
Which Robert starts tend to do, to be fair. So now tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second
And
leg.
he takes it.
Devon Peterson.
Back-to-back 15 darters for Devon
Third
Peterson to
leg,
go
it's
2-0
Robert
up,
to throw
looking
first.
sharp and looking on point
Game
as the South African. Once again, having a word of himself to tell him to carry on with the processes that's bringing him joy so far.
98.
For Robert Thornton, what was at times a positive start against Steve Beaton has just reverted somewhat back to type here.
60. $100. $81. $139.
Well, a great shot there from Robert to leave himself a finish on 164. His favourite
100. Robert, you require 164.
for this leg. So it's a good start. That's a brilliant bullseye.
139.
And he nearly took out another 3-dart combination shot.
Would have been another one to have been added to the Robert Thornton highlight reel so far this week.
40. Robert, you require
Just gives
25.
himself a glimmer of a hope in this contest if he could take this leg out. He's got the luxury of time. Loves the 17 double 4 split on 25, but he cannot find the northeast side of the board there.
$60. Robert, you require 8.
A double 8. Double 4 even.
4.
Still can't convert.
Devon, you require
So,
106.
Devon has got a chance at this, but can't be done now.
100.
But he's tapping Thornton on the shoulder.
4.
Cannot afford any more misses. It's the madhouse.
Game's
And
on the
eventually,
third
Robert
leg.
Thornton is on the board. It took him 8 attempts to do so, but the Fawn has his first chalk on the
Fourth
board.
leg. It's Devon to throw first. Game on.
There is scoring there in that leg, putting him ahead to make them few mistakes on the doubles.
43.
Gave him that little bit of time that he really needed.
You could perhaps make an argument that previous leg summed up Robert Thornton's week so far. Scoring okay, but the doubling a bit awry.
Yeah, I'd say he hasn't had much luck really this week. You know, he's had a few bounce outs. He's had a few wayward darts, but when he's had to take out them 3-figure finishes, he's managed to pull something out of the bag, and you know that has been his strength.
58.
But his consistency throughout the game has not been there.
Does that frustrate you more as a player because you know the moments are there, but you just cannot unlock it as often as you want?
Yeah, it's terribly frustrating. You know, you go from 1 minute of hitting a 180 and the next minute of 26, for example. You know, it's that consistency. It's frustrating, and it starts to make you think of what am I doing wrong? What am I doing? And you know, that's when you can start to overthink things, and you know, all sorts of little niggly things creep inside your mind.
And dart players don't need anything in their mind at the best of times.
100.
Well, Devon will be thinking opportunity to re-establish a 2-leg gap here.
138.
He got the break he needed in leg 1, and now he's looking to almost confirm it here if he can open up a 3-1 lead.
80. Devon, you require 60.
So tops now for a 3-1 lead. Finds it with his third dart.
Flag, Devon Peterson.
And the scoreline 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Robert
Leg
to
away.
throw first. Game on.
The cogs continue to whirl round the mind of Devon Peterson.
140.
When that first start hits like that, you expect a max.
140.
You take the 2 treble turn and run. But you have a look at the power scoring in this game. He's had 5 2 treble visits in this match as Devon. Another 5 single treble visit.
55.
And of course the maximum that he had earlier on in the contest. He's consistently hitting stuff which is just going to put your opponent under pressure.
140.
Robert responding well in this leg though.
58. Robert, you require 138.
Slips into the treble 5 there.
55.
But Devon way back on 248, so he shan't be too worried. Devon putting the pressure on
140. Here. Robert, you require 83.
So it tops after the strain
23.
to the single 3 with the first dart.
Well,
Devon Peterson here has an opportunity to wrap the game up in some style. But he's unable to find the treble with dart 2. And so Thornton to keep his lingering hopes alive. Looking at this 60.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Robert Thornton.
Hits the tops and takes a very important leg. Just to hold a throw, though.
To throw first. Game on.
Needs to break on this leg.
100.
Or it will be defeat.
And defeat is a word that Robert Thornton has heard way too often this week. Just the solitary success, which of course came in this fixture against Devon on Monday. And ever since, he has been straggling down at the bottom end of this Group A table.
41.
I have to have admiration for the way that Devon Peterson's going about his job. But Robert isn't making life easy for him in this leg.
44.
Well, at the moment, it is advantage Thornton.
140.
And even more so now.
It's as if the fawners suddenly clicked into life over the course of the last couple of legs.
95. Robert, you require
He's
96.
behind, now looking to force the last leg to side. He's got time on his side to do exactly that. And
56.
after a dozen darts in this leg, he's left himself on tops.
His favourite double.
121.
But a good score there
Robert, you
from
require
Devon. Putting the
40.
pressure on, so tops now to
Gets
level
on
up the
sixth
match.
Leg, Robert Thornton.
3-3 and we go into the decider.
A 13 darter from Robert Thornton to take it all the way. He's beginning to hit his stride as he sees the finishing line in sight. It is a dash towards the victory post from this point onwards.
83.
Thornton with a big power treble, but what can Peterson riposte with?
100.
As you were. Well, people feel like he's a little bit hard done by there. They're 3 well-thrown darts.
There's plenty of room in the bed as well. To the left of them.
60. 60.
You feel like this is a big exchange, these next 3 darts each.
41.
And Thornton, with just a 41 turn, has put the ball in the court of Devon Peterson.
$60.
Devon can't find a treble himself. So
140.
that's great darts from Robert. Give himself a nice finish.
100. Robert,
Devon leaves himself in a similar suit. It's a case of who blinks first as the finishing line approaches. First chance goes to Robert Thornton, and he's going to allow Devon Peterson now an opportunity to win this match. May just be a dart of the bull on the back of this 81 combination, but if he gets it, it will be back-to-back victories to kickstart his day. It's going to be 2, a double 18. He only needs the 1, and eventually Devon Peterson crosses the line. He was made to work for it in the end by Robert Thornton, who made a spirited fight back from 3-1 behind. But it is Devon Peterson who doubles his points tally for the day, doing so with a 4-3 success against the Fawn. That moves him on to 12 points in the group and puts him back in the conversation for Group B darts. Coming up after the break, it is Richie Howson up against Steve Beaton. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We're in the middle of Legends Week here. And that man in your picture, Steve Beaton, is at the top of the Group A table. 16 points to his name. He can temporarily extend his lead again back to 4 points in the group if he can get the better of Richie Houghton. And this is our 5th match of the session. We've played 4 games so far. Each of the last 3 have gone 4-3, and the other one before that went 4-2. Exactly what we expected from this group. Tight, tense matches. But for Steve Beaton, it's an opportunity to give himself some real daylight at the top of the group if he can go on and win this game.
$108.
Well, that's a magic start there from Houghton. Clearly,
140.
He intends to do some damage here.
Has got the advantage of throwing this game,
57.
Which you feel against Steve is so crucial because breaking him is just so difficult because he's constantly piling in 5-visit legs, which means against the throw, you're going to have to find a 12 or something like that to get the job done.
$24.
A deflection there on Richie's second dart into the treble one, and then another deflection off that one into the one. So not having any luck at the moment. Starts off with the 180 and then
43.
Can't follow anything up.
Steve, you require 87.
Well, a slip in the middle of the leg by House has allowed Steve Beaton this free opportunity.
51.
It's an opportunity he doesn't take this time, but he's been afforded 3 more.
He'd love another treble. Finds it as well.
40.
So really putting
Steve
the pressure on this 36, but finds it with his
on the
first dart.
leg, Steve Beaton.
And takes the lead.
13 darter, and he made it look oh so leisurely.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
He's making the whole Super Series experience look so leisurely. And you look at the competition he's up against, you look at the numbers that everybody else is putting in. When we look forward for the rest of 2025, and he's made his intentions clear that he wants to play here throughout the course of the year, the signs are very, very ominous.
140.
Very ominous.
81.
Henry, just wait a little bit longer. There could have been a 9 darter there. You're just overstepping it. Just think about it.
100.
Right, I'm going to shut up in the next leg until
40.
somebody doesn't hit a treble.
Oh, don't.
You know what happened now? Big 1, big 5.
57.
Yeah. And people would have to listen to me, and let's not do that to them.
100.
Nice 180 there from Steve. Leaves himself 20. Nelson looking to pressure this shot. And he's doing a good job of it himself.
140. Steve, you require 20.
Now this for 2-0. And House is lurking if this doesn't go. And he's going to get a look at the 64.
Richie requires 64.
It's a 88 now. To
Game
pinch
shot
the
on
leg.
Second leg, Richie Houser.
And break back.
14 and 13, the first
Third leg,
2
it's
legs
Richie to throw first.
in this particular contest.
Game
Real good battle so far between the pair. And it was around about this point yesterday where things really did begin to heat up in the session.
100.
It was around about this point, heading towards the midway, where we were seeing a sea of big averages, a sea of big finishes, and a sea of big
135.
scores.
100.
Once they're warm, we're beginning to see some good stuff from the players this week.
100.
And being here has brought his average to an excess of 107 at this present moment in time. Howson just over the 98 mark.
95.
It's turning out to be a great game here.
46.
Fantastic darts there from Richie Howson, leading himself 32. Treble needed here, and he finds it.
Richie require 32.
Well, if Howson takes this out in 3 darts, it goes
Game
to
shot
what
on
we
the
said
third
about
leg,
in
Richie
this
Howson.
game you have to break in 12 darts, because we've seen so far in this game a 13 darter
Fourth
from
leg,
Steve, a
it's Steve to
14
throw
darter
first.
from Howson, and
Game
a
on.
13 darter there in that particular leg to hold throw. High quality contest, 2-1 to the Owl.
93.
That's the perfect first dart for Richie, just to glance 1 or 2 over the top.
100. 137.
Both players now averaging 103. So far, this, you have to
100.
say, has been the best game of the week up to press.
Yes, Steve hitting 103 average yesterday, but
58.
you know, this is on par.
And also there's pressure attached to it where if the truth be told, Robert Thornton, yes, he won a leg and he hit a ton plus checkout, but he didn't really do too much more to
140.
really trouble the Bronze Adonis. But both players are being forced to go through these gears.
134. Richie require 161.
Richie needs to take this out for this leg. First job done. You do the second. Not quite. So looks to set it up.
97.
Steve
you require
79.
2 in his hand, a double 11.
Game shot on the
for
fourth
another
leg. Steve
14
Beaton.
darter. Both players have had a 13 and a 14 in this game. We are level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first.
Both players
Game on.
averaging deep above a ton. It's a high quality affair. It's level at 2-2. And if Richie Howson can't go on and win this contest, he'll go to within a couple of points of Steve Beaton, and would also allow Richie Burnett an opportunity against Neil Duff to go level on points of the Bronze Adonis.
140.
There is a possibility that if results go in a certain direction, we could also be as you were at the end of 2 rounds of play, which would still be good news to Steve Beaton because he still have a lead at the top of the group.
140. 48.
106 average at the moment for Howson.
57. 80.
Just squeeze the other side into the treble 5 there. And so Howson has got 6 darts on 204 to open up a 3-2 lead. And you feel like the way this game's gone,
58.
you're probably going to have to take it out in those 6.
Yeah, they're hitting everything, so it's
83.
he'll certainly be trying.
Richie require 146.
Well, it can't be done now.
105. Steve, you require
Well,
150.
this would be some way to re-establish his lead, but the 150 isn't going to go, and so Howson will return for 41
6.
to
Richie
get his
require
nose in front
41.
again.
So 32. Double 16. Can't find it this
25.
time. Why is it?
If you require
Let Steve
90.
come back for this 90. So the bullseye.
65. Richie requires
Well, all week
16.
long, Steve Beaton has started on the ball on the 90 checkout. Decided to play it a bit more conservatively by heading up for the 20s first. Howson, one left, 2 fours,
8.
doesn't go.
Steve, you require 25.
A let off for Beaton. And he
Gets on the
takes the
fifth leg,
opportunity
Steve Beaton.
and gets the break again. Beaton 3-2 up and with the darts to win it.
6th leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $140.
You feel like Howson had a real opportunity there to go 3-2 up. Hasn't taken it. Steve's punished and now is looking to really put the knife in now.
Just when it seemed that Richie had sorted out his doubles
60.
from his previous match. He couldn't find them then, and it cost him dearly.
100.
Cost him dearly. Maybe not just in the context of this game, but quite possibly in the context of this group as well. Defeated probably does cast to an end his hopes of winning the group because he would find himself 6 points behind Steve Beaton with just 6 points left to play for. And that maximum there for the Bronze Adonis, his third of the contest. Leads himself
58.
on 1-2-1
Steve, you
after 9 to
require
win the match, and he's got
121.
6 on this point to do exactly that. He may only need 3 to get the job done. And he's going to have a dart in his hand, a double 8, but it doesn't
113.
go.
He will be back though.
$83. Steve, you require 8.
To extend his gap at the top of the table. And to
Get
move
shot
one
and the
step
match,
closer
Steve
towards the
Beaton.
finishing line. Steve Beaton with a 4-2 win over Richie Howson, which puts him 4 points clear of the top of Group A temporarily and moves him one step closer towards Saturday's final debut. A real good game, that real good contest. Howson missed a couple of darts to go 3-2 up in that match. Beaton took advantage and then rallied home from there. A 4-2 win for the Bronze Adonis. Coming up after the break, Neil Duff against Richie Burnett.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken back! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing. A App on a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Balanchevik wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. Remind you, if you haven't done so, to download the app on either your smart TV or smart device. It's free to download, it's free to watch and free to stream the Modus Super Series. And from Saturday, in territories which has Pluto TV, then you will be able to watch the action only on that platform, exclusively live on Pluto TV. So if you are watching this in the UK or other such territories that have Pluto TV on the Super Series YouTube channel from Saturday night, you will not have that capability. If you are living in a location which doesn't have Pluto TV, then you can still watch via the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. The Pluto
First
TV
leg,
app,
it's
downloadable
Neil to throw
via your
first.
smart device.
Game on.
Stream now, pay never. Game 6 sees Neil Duff and Richie Burnett go toe-to-toe for the Prince of Wales, an opportunity to go within a couple of points of Steve Beaton at the top of the table, who beat Richie Howson by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Whereas for Neil Duff, loses this one, then it looks like he's going to be an almighty scrap for one spot in Group B. It's getting really tight towards the middle of the table. Howson on 12, Duff on 12 prior to this one. Peterson also on 12. Trina Gulliver will be watching the action quite closely, not just because she's in the commentary box today, but because 2 of those 3 in that particular sandwich will be on position for her tomorrow in Group C.
Yes, indeed. And I am looking with interest, but as soon as I get back here, I should be on the board practicing because I need to.
40.
This is the downside of commentating on a week you playing, because you see players hit everything left, right and centre. You're thinking, oh no, what have I let myself in for?
Yes, I'm thinking exactly that.
120.
I might have to borrow Richie's speaker for good luck.
Well,
if he does drop into Group C, then there might be some arguments over one particular match.
$41. Neil, you require 116.
Well, that will give me a good opportunity to wind him up even more, so watch this space.
92.
You've got to take the opportunities when they arise, and that's exactly what Neil Duff's got to do here. He's got 3 in his hand, a double 12 to take out the opening leg. Pretty much par for the course
96.
from the pair so far.
Neil, you require 24.
And Duff, no
Gage on the
mistake on the
first
double
leg,
12,
Neil Duff.
and it is the Northern Irishman who takes the opening leg of this match.
Second leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
On the lakeside on his debut, Neil Duff back in 2022,
41.
which is something that not many players do, although Shane McGurk this year managed to do exactly that. It's very hard to win the World Championship on your debut, isn't it, Trina?
Yes, it is.
140. 140. $140.
Is there any shin pads out the back?
I don't know, but there is a branch of Sports Direct up the road.
45.
Though I would say the kind of protection that you would need would be out of that of Joe Root when he's about to go to the crease.
59.
Full set.
Burnett looking to level this game up at 1 apiece. Duff
Richie
left himself on a finish, but Burnett, well, he needs the 1 treble here to give himself a dart to the bullseye. He needs it with dart 2. Finds it with dart 2. And now the bull.
96.
And it wasn't too far away.
Now you require 136.
Given chance for Neil at this, but needed the treble with his first dart. Can't find it.
58.
So Richie coming back for this
Richie
25.
25.
So double 8. Double 4 to level the match.
17.
And now it's presented Neil Duff with a big opportunity here to double his lead. It's just going to be the 1 dart providing he stays straight. Does exactly that. Tops. 2-0 Duff.
On a second leg.
He's punished the misses of Richie Burnett to the hilt. He can't believe it. He's incandescent, the Prince of Wales. He asks the speaker what went wrong. He argues with the speaker as to what's gone wrong. But for Neil Duff, it's all gone right so far.
140.
I think Richie Burnett is one of the few human beings in the world that can have an argument with something that can't talk back to him.
108.
Great darts there from Neil Duff. It's him way ahead in this leg.
Something about this time slot that's bringing the best out of Neil.
140.
Played excellently around this time yesterday, doing exactly the same here. Average of 99 and change, and he's looking to open up a 3-0 lead.
90. $121.
Managed to
Now
sneak
you require 91.
another treble in there. So 91 now. Double 14.
63.
First dart he's missed at a
Richie
double in this
require
contest. Is it going to come back to cost him? It only will do so if Burnett can bag the 140. Not going to do so on this occasion, so Duff, having left the double 14 after 12, is going to get 3 more to open up a 3-0 lead. Meanwhile, Richie Burnett, well, I don't quite know what's going on in the mind of Richie Burnett. And perhaps Neil doing the sensible thing there is seeing Richie is getting visibly upset at the jockey, so decided to step back, have a swig of water, stay away from the drama. And there's no dramas on that double 14. 4-14. 3-0 Duff.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $60. $140. $140.
I've just thought, the way he kicks his leg out like that, I've just thought he'd be very good at speed skating.
The new Torval and Dean.
45.
Well, no, speed skating.
Oh, yes, yeah.
The speed skating, because they flick their legs out to the side, don't they, as they go, to propel themselves.
96.
You never know, he might do it on the side.
However, you wouldn't want to be behind Richie in a race, would you, in speed skating?
Absolutely not.
Those blades, I can imagine,
6.
hurt. Shame Paul Nichols is not here, because he probably knows every single speed skating
135.
world champion.
$140. Richie
Oh, Richie.
requires 70.
Takes his 70 out.
$42.
Can't manage to find
Neil,
that
you require
double
116.
14. So Neil coming in for 116 here.
He's taken this out every single day this week. But he cannot
96.
continue the trend on Wednesday, and he cannot
Richie
win the game here
required
and now.
28.
So double 14 for Richie. Double 7 now. Can he find a way around that? He can't.
14.
Not this time.
Neil, you require 20.
And so Duff returns to double 10 to cap off what has been a real efficient display. Couple of missed darts at double towards the end, but overall it's
10.
been a good performance, but
Richie require
the cap
14.
hasn't been put on it just yet.
Double 2 now.
10.
Can't manage to convert.
Neil, you
Right
require
on the wire.
10.
So Neil coming in for double 5.
$5.
Can't find it either.
Richie
So
require
Richie
4.
gets another chance. This double 2.
There's 7 darts to get the game wrapped up in this leg as Neil Duff. Burnett with an awkward last one in hand.
2.
Cannot find the double 2.
Neil,
And
you
so Neil
require
Duff
5.
will most likely head back towards that target to eventually see off the Prince of Wales to nil. In the end, it's been harder work than perhaps he would have liked. But the
Gets your
Manhouse
undermatch,
gets him
Neil
the points,
Duff.
gets him the win, moves him on to 14. It's a great result for Neil Duff, but perhaps it's an even better result for Steve Beaton, because it means that he now has a 4-point lead at the top of the table with just 6 points left to play for. And that's because Neil Duff has brushed aside Richie Burnett by 4 legs to nil. 13 missed darts at a double for the Prince of Wales, and Neil Duff capitalises to the hilt. Coming up after the break is Robert Thornton up against Richie Howson.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this. Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. the bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down on this Wednesday morning, and this is what we've seen up to press. A couple of victories for Steve Beaton puts him 1 step closer towards winning the group. His closest rivals have, well, pretty much won 1 and dropped 1 throughout the course of the day. A bit of a mix and a match in terms of results. Devon Peterson, the only other player to have doubled his tally for the day. So Steve Beaton with a 4-point lead going into the 13th round. If he wins his next game, he is on the hill. He'll have the worst case scenario of being 4 points clear with 4 points left to play for, and he's got a real healthy advantage in terms of legs difference as well. Neil Duff and Richie Bonnett are the chasing pack in case there's a mistake from Beaton. Howson and Peterson look as if they're trying to tag along to the race for Group B. Remember, 3rd position would be good enough for that. And Robert Thornton, a lonesome figure at the bottom of the table. He takes on Richie Howson in this, the 7th game of the morning session. Thornton having not won since this time slot on Monday, where he got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. Still his solitary success in this group, up against Richie Howson, who has lost his opening couple of matches, but things could have been so different for him. Missed a couple of match darts against Richie Bonnett, missed 2 darts to go 3-2 up against Steve Beaton. He finds his back against the wall, but it could have so easily been a complete contrasting story today, Trina.
Yes, it could indeed. And, you know, his game against Steve Beaton was very impressive, and just a few mistakes with the doubles, having the opportunities and not being managed to take them. So, yeah, it's see the frustration on his face when that happened. But yeah, he's playing. His previous game was a good game.
And I can imagine there will be some frustration, and I can imagine because of the table, he'll know how big a defeat it was. So I suppose in the practice, you've got to try and pick yourself up as quickly as possible because the next game isn't far away. Yeah,
he had a real chance there of picking up some points against a tough opponent. And
140.
So yeah, every point's really counting, and yeah, he'll be looking to do well in this game anyway.
An opportunity here against Robert Thornton, who, without being too harsh, has been the player where everyone's been able to pick the points up from so far this week. Houghton firing in the game's first maximum. But Thornton's going to leave himself on tops after 12. We've seen glimpses, we've seen moments from the form this week. But he'll be hoping to put it together for a full game spurt. And even when he's playing well, Houghton may take out the 140 against him.
120.
Dodges a bullet.
Robert, you require 40.
Robert nodding his head there in the background. Requires 40 himself and takes it with his first start. A holder throw there. Very nearly lost it to
Second
Howson
leg, it's
with that
Richie to
one
throw
dart
first.
at
Game
double
on.
10 for the 140 out.
You could tell in the background Robert's thinking, oh, here we go. This is the story of my week. I leave tops after
81.
12. He's going to take 140 out, isn't he?
Yeah, you could see him shaking his head and thinking, where's me luck?
81.
That was an excellent leg. 13 darter from Robert to get on the board. And as we mentioned, there's been moments that he can be really pleased with, particularly in terms of the real big finishes that he's got. But he'll just want a game, won't he, where everything just clicks together and it just feels fluent throughout the course of a match.
Yeah, he's had his opportunities, and you know, he's not been managed to convert them, and you know, it'd be nice to see him win another game. Because you get deflated at this point in time, you know, and although you go into the groups stages again tomorrow, and it can all start again, and he could well on Saturday night he could well win it. There's nothing to stop him from doing that, but you know, at this point it's you're a bit deflated, and you just want to get something underneath your belt again.
There's that fear that where's the next win going to come from because it's been so long.
Yeah, exactly that.
177.
Cracking darts there from Howson.
121.
Leaving himself on this double
Richie
6.
required 12.
Takes it with his
Edge on
first
the second
dart
leg, Richie
and levels
Howson.
the match.
Oh, 2 13 darters for the first 2 legs of this contest. And it
Third
feels like
leg,
Richie
it's
Howson
Robert
today
to
is
throw
doing
first.
everything in his power to embroil himself into a real battle.
Well, a similar start to his game against Steve in the terms of amount of darts per leg.
He's just inviting quality, isn't he? Everywhere he goes, Richie Howson. He's a quality operator. He will be one of the favourites to pick up the World Seniors
41.
title at the Circus Tavern. It was Robert Thornton that denied him the trophy a couple of years ago in the final. The most famous meeting between this pair, although Howson did get the opportunity about a month or so later to avenge that defeat, beating Thornton by 10 legs to 8 in the inaugural Champion of Champions event at the Viva Complex in Blackpool.
140.
Yeah. Seeded in the same section of the draw for the World Seniors
95.
Championship. Howson the top seed in the top half, or the top quarter, shall I say. Thornton the top seed in the bottom quarter. But Howson's quarter is, to call it horrid would be an understatement. We'll delve into that a little bit more in the next leg. But Thornton here, 137.
$59. Richie require 106.
Finds treble 20 with his first dart. So 32, double 16.
74. Robert, you require 78.
And so Thornton to get his nose back in front. I had to double check whether that was in or not, and then misses the big number. It's a free pass for Richie Howson to come back for 32.
38.
That's been his story,
Richie
unfortunately.
require 32.
That little bit of bad luck all the time. So 32. Double 8. Double 4. Can't find it.
28.
So allows Robert
you
to
require
have another
40.
shot at this tops.
Game
And he
on
gets
the
it.
third leg, Robert Thornton.
Nicks that. It is just a hold a throw, but he'll be happy to get that one under his
Fourth
belt.
leg, it's Richie to throw
He may
first.
just feel like his luck is
Game on.
beginning to change somewhat. Maybe something is just beginning to fall into his favour.
100.
Mention the draw for the World Seniors Championship next month. Richie Howson is the seed in his quarter. He will play
45.
either Kevin Painter or the winner of the second qualifier in his first match. But he's been put in a quarter of the draw, which includes Colin McGarry, Steve Beaton, Paul Hogan,
100.
and Simon Whitlock.
Ouch.
Probably when the bookmakers put their odds together, Beaton and Whitlock,
30.
you'd imagine, are going to be right at the very top of the betting.
Well, I would have thought that they've had a bit of a nightmare looking at the betting for that. You know, it's some great quality there.
108.
It'd be interesting to see
41.
how all that pans out.
Richie require
Find out
121.
in a few weeks' time. Howson looking at 1-2-1 to square the contest up at 2-2. Can't be done on this occasion, but Thornton's not really made any inroads in this
81.
leg. Tops left after 12 for Howson to equalise this match back up.
140. Richie require 40.
Tops. It's a double 10 to level the match.
20.
Not to be this time, but he will be back. Thornton looking to pressurise.
108.
Great 180 there. Great timing. But
Richie
will it be
require
enough?
20.
Double 10.
Game
Finds it
shot
with
on
his
the
third
fourth flag.
dart.
Richie House.
And levels the match.
Thornton thought that he was applying scoreboard pressure. He was hoping
Fifth
that
leg,
Howson was
it's
going
Robert
to
to throw
buckle under the
first.
pressure.
Game on.
But last dart in hand finds a double 10, and we are level at 2 apiece. Big exchange for Howson. Wins this
42.
game, then he puts himself onto 14 points. And amongst that traffic jam of players on that mark in the middle of the group loses it, then he could
81.
very suddenly find himself 5th in the table. And it wasn't too long ago we were talking about his chances of winning Group A.
58.
All these twists and turns.
Just when you think one storyline's going to develop, there's another plot line thicken.
140.
Well said.
We got there eventually.
108.
Great darts there from the Thorn.
Maybe the Fawn's getting there eventually. Average in excess of 90.
41.
And had 6 darts to get himself back in front at 3-2. He's going about his business tremendously.
140.
Maxwell by a 140. He's left himself an 81 after 12.
He's giving himself a real chance here.
137.
Putting that pressure
Robbie
on.
require 81.
So 81. So double 12.
Game shot.
Great
Fifth
darts
leg,
there.
Robert
And
Thornton.
goes ahead in this match.
14 darter for the Fawn to
Sixth
put
leg,
himself
it's
on the
Richie to
hill
throw
and to
first.
get
Game
his
on.
first win since this time slot on Monday afternoon when he got the better of Devon Peterson.
100. 100. 140. 100.
Another high quality contest. Howson's, despite missing 10 darts at a double, brought his average up to just underneath the ton mark. His power scoring at times
140.
has been exemplary.
131.
No, that's
Richie
great darts there
require
from
121.
Robert to leave him that 170 that he likes, but treble 15 here would have left the ball.
85. Robert, you require 107.
Surely not. Surely not. Bullseye for the fish. And it would have been for the hat-trick.
Richie requires
Richie Howson
36.
stood behind with his arms aloft. Quite expecting him to hit that.
Game
That's
shot on
game
the stick
shot.
flag. Richie Howson.
So, yet again, we go into a
7
deciding
from
leg.
final leg. It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Thornton missed the bullseye to equalise that record for most 170s in a week.
60.
However, it's all right having records, but Jared didn't go on to win that week. He lost to Patrick van den Boogaard in the final.
140.
Likes of Wesley Plaisir now gone on to get his tour card, and John Henderson.
96.
Van Sherrick also played that week.
Super darts there from Howson.
140.
Boy, his average up to in excess of 104. Well, he's been knocking on the door all day, hasn't he? He's been playing well throughout the course of the day. Lost his last match of an average just under 95.
59.
But he could still be denied here. He's left himself on a finish, but Thornton with a big score could really put him under it.
Needs to find the treble.
41.
Can't find it.
Richie
And
requires
although he leaves himself
122.
a finish, Richie's on a lower one, so treble 18 would have left the ball.
54. Robert, you require
So
164.
Robert will get a shot at this. Can't be done now.
Well, Richie Howson has been knocking on the door of a
42.
win all day long.
Richie requires
Missed
68.
2 match darts against Richie Burnett. Missed a couple of darts to take control of his game against Steve Beaton. And now he's going to get a match dart to get the better of Robert Thornton. And he finds the double four, which sees him eventually seal success. An average in excess of a ton for Richie Howson to depose of the Fawn. And if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And just maybe you will get what you want. For Robert Thornton, he keeps trying, but he keeps failing. 93 average, 3 from 5 on the doubles, had a match dart at the ball on the back of the fish, but no matter what he tries, he just cannot find that winning touch. Howson, a 4-3 winner with that ton-plus average. Coming up after the break, here's Devon Peterson up against Richie Burnett.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Daryl Pilgrim with a record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. Not really it. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. All a performance before the break for Richie Howson, average in excess of a ton to get the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3. He had a dart at the ball to win it with a big fish. Played probably his best game of the week, but still unable to pick points up. Next up for us, it is our middle match of the day. Game 8 of 15 sees Devon Peterson meet Richie Burnett. And a win here for Devon would move him on to 14 points. It would mean that with 2 rounds to go, the worst case scenario for Steve Beaton is he will be top of the table. He does take on Neil Duff in the next. That feels like a crucial game. Everybody, apart from Steve Beaton, will be hoping Neil wins that.
First. Game on.
For Richie Burnett. He'd move on to 16 points and apply instant pressure upon the Bronze Adonis. But Devon Peterson has been playing well the last couple of days. Not quite to the true extent of yesterday, but both performances fairly identical.
24.
Both 4-3 wins. 87-72 against Duff and 87-08 against Thornton. And in both games, 4 from 7 on his doubles. If you play like that and you can score okay and you can finish as well as that,
44.
You're going to become increasingly difficult to beat, and it forces your opponent to do something very good to dispose of you.
Yeah, Devon's damage was really done on his first day, but he's definitely been better over the last 2, and you know he's picked up some valuable
60.
points.
I mean, I've seen this from Devon in the past, where if he plays the full week, sometimes it just takes him a day or 2 just to really get going, and sometimes when he's put into the second group for the week to receive the best from him. He has got that winning bug in this building now, having
60.
picked up that global championship title that we spoke about earlier on in the day.
59.
And around this place, bugs are infectious. And there's no better bug to pick up than the winning bug.
100. Richie require 138.
$77 left.
80.
He will be back. Devon on 177. A pressure shot here.
85. Richie require 58.
Tops.
Game
For
shot
the
on
opening
first
leg,
leg.
Burnett
Richie
bags
Burnett.
the break. He breaks the deadlock in this encounter. 1-0 to the Welshman.
Second leg. It's Richie
Devon at
to
the back
throw
of the
first.
stage, just thinking through
Game
what
on.
possibly could have gone wrong in leg 1.
Yes, analysing his leg as he does.
60.
I see on one of his shots there in the previous leg, he threw one of his darts quite high in the 20, and he could see him. I see him saying to himself, "Why is it that high?" He actually said that to himself.
140.
He's trying to work on the spot, isn't he? And trying to get instant feedback to every single dart. And he'll try and kick this one up, probably, and he does.
140.
Sees the problem and tries to rectify it, as we all do. But, you know, sometimes I think you can overthink things. And
180.
That's great darts there from Richie Burnett.
40. Richie require 121.
For 2-0, and he has got 6 darts from here. For Devon, it's been a little bit of an off game so far. And it's allowed Burnett to
89.
breeze into this position where he's left a double after 12 darts to go 2 to the good and halfway towards the winning post.
83. Richie require 32.
So it all 16 for a 2-0
Game's on the
lead.
second leg. Richie
Takes with
Burnett.
this first start.
2 from 2.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first.
100.2 the average.
Game
30 darts to get him towards what could well be the halfway point of this match, although you do expect Devon to come good at some point, and that may well be the moment where the African warrior springs into life.
140.
Great last start there. Just continues to apply the pressure upon Burnett, who himself found a 2-treble turn of his first visit.
41.
Devon
85.
questioning himself there and rectifying it with his last dart.
Devon, you require 136.
Instant feedback again. He's got 6 from here. It's felt like a game so far
100.
where the players who scored better than the others just got so much time to finish the leg off.
94. Devon, you require 36.
So double 18 for Devon. Takes it with his second dart.
Devon
The
Peterson.
scoreline stands at 2-1 to Richie Burnett.
Fourth leg,
Gives
it's Richie to
Peterson
throw
a passage
first.
back into the
Game on.
match, but Burnett knows, having got the break that he needed in leg 1, now is the time he has to cash it in.
140.
Well, starts off well there. Be looking to keep that going. But Devon's having something to say about it.
140.
The problem for Richard Burnett is Devon Peterson's turned on, and boy has he turned on.
140.
2 140s on the bounce for Burnett.
81.
He's giving it his all to make that break a throw count.
60.
He's on a finish, but Devon will want a couple of trebles himself just to put pressure on. So Burnett is going to get 6 and 161. And once again, the player whose power
Richie
scored the
require
better is
161.
getting a little bit of time to win a leg. Does he? We'll never know.
97.
Devon would love a 180 here. Is it going to do it?
140. Richie
Well, still leaves him,
requires
gives him a
64.
chance. But you don't take out this 64, but it's double 8. For Richie to
on
go
the fourth
3-1
leg,
up.
Richie Burnett.
And you have to give some real credit here to Richie Burnett because
Fifth
Devon
leg,
really
it's Devon
was
to throw
fighting
first.
back at him. But
Game
he's
on.
kept him at bay. He's kept him at arm's length. He's still got that two-leg buff. He's still got that break in hand. Devon Peterson's got it all to do. Not just in the game, but in that visit. But he found a superb treble with the last there.
I don't know how he got that through, actually, to be fair. The way his
96.
darts were lying. He threaded it through.
$140.
What we know about Devon is he will constantly fight for whatever he can get.
$140.
Burnett is unable to get the job done. Peterson will be hot on his coattails. And it feels like this is a game that's brewing up towards the next leg being the decisive one, because that 180 has left Peterson on 81 after 9 to hold throw and then force Burnett to serve it out in the next.
$94. Devon, you require 81.
Well, Burnett doesn't leave himself a finish, but will he get the chance? And he
Game's on the
doesn't.
fifth leg, Devon Peterson.
So that's 3-2 now, the scoreline.
Sixth leg, it's Richie
Devon
to throw
just
first.
holding on to his throw
Game
there.
on.
But he was quite a way ahead and had chances to come back if need be, but he didn't need to.
11 darter, which is the
44.
tied best leg that we've seen so far this week at the Legends League. We hope to go to better at some point.
60.
And before you ask, no, I wasn't trying to curse the 9 darter with dart 1. Not even I'd be that stupid to do that.
85.
But Peterson should sense opportunity here. Burnett with just one power
Six.
treble and a couple of visits, but unable to really punish that mistake from the Prince of Wales.
$81. $100.
And finds a treble with his last dart. Richie, on his last couple of visits, his first dart's been in the one, but recovers well there. With 2 treble 20s afterwards, leaving himself a finish, the big fish.
Well, I wonder whether he's been
100.
taking
Richie
notes off of
require
Robert Thornton,
170.
who missed the big fish to win the previous match against Richie Howson. But Burnett's got 6 on this mark, and he's going to need that quota.
90.
I have to say, this has been a real professional display from Richie Burnett, because there's been a couple of times where Devon Peterson's tried to get himself back into this
6.
match, but Burnett
Richie
has
require
bolted the door
80.
shut, and he could shut this game down if he can find tops for a
Game
4-2
shot
win,
and the match,
and it puts Richie Burnett on to 16 points. It puts him a couple behind Steve Beaton at the top of the table. It forces the Bronze Adonis to win his game against Neil Duff, but more than anything, it is relief on the face of Richie Burnett as he gets over the line. Devon Peterson pushed him hard, but once Burnett got the break in the opening leg, he did everything in his power to keep hold of it. A good contest on paper, as you can see in the match stats there. 4 from 5 on the doubles for Richie, a 4-2 with an average just under 95. He moves on to 16 points. Coming up after the break, Steve Beaton can move on to 20 if he gets the better of Neil Duff. A win for the Duff man, and he can move in a couple of the Bronze Adonis. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Richie Panett got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 16 points, a couple behind Steve Beaton, who takes on Neil Duff in our 9th game of the day. A win for the Bronze Adonis would put him full clear with just 4 points left to play for. He would then begin to ride off into the sunset and towards Group A glory. But if Neil Duff can pick the points up here like he has done in the previous 2 meetings against Steve this week, then things will become bunched up once again. There would be just 2 points separating the top 3, and Burnett and Beaton go toe-to-toe in the 14th round of fixtures. So we're at a bit of a purgatory moment here for Steve Beaton. If he wins here, then he's close to being home and hose. But if he loses this particular match, when he could be in all sorts of trouble.
26.
And if that's the case, then it will be the first time for the week.
123.
Lightning start from Steve Beaton. Power trebles with 5 of his first 6 darts.
60.
Well, a treble with all 6 darts, but
94.
If the last couple of days Neil Duff was targeting Steve Beaton, it's probably fair to say the coin has probably flipped the other way round now.
Well, if the first leg is anything to go by,
39.
then so it would seem.
104.
So 104 here. Treble 20 would have left him.
47.
Double 16. But he's got plenty of time.
Because Neil Duff hasn't got started
60.
in this opening leg. He's still in the practice room, theoretically. And Steve Beaton with a free pass of an opening leg.
17.
He's going to need a bit more time. There has been 1 or 2 lurking issues on the double today from Steve Beaton, which wasn't there earlier on this week.
100. Steve, you require 40.
So tops now. Double 10 to take the first leg. Can't
20.
find it. But again, he will be back as Neil Duff back on 216.
Sandwiched between the wire and the barrel of his previous dart, that one.
60.
But again, Neil Duff just unable to find anything in this opening leg. Off-colour, off-character leg for the Duff man. And what will be even more frustrating is Steve Beaton's been unable to finish him off. He has left himself on a finish, but he's left himself a hard task at 156, but it'd be so ironic if Duff would have to take this out.
100. Steve, you require 10.
Double 5. Can you bounce off the barrel? Use that barrel. He does.
Shot on the first leg.
He
Steve
takes the
Beaton.
first leg.
Got there in the end with dart number 11 he had to win
Second
leg
leg.
1.
It's Neil to throw first. Game on. $100.
Neil Duff will feel like there's a big opportunity that's been missed here.
140.
And Beaton is just looking to kick on.
Well, he did say at the beginning of the day that he owed Neil a bit of revenge. It looks like he's true to his word so far.
137.
And revenge is a dish best served cold.
$60.
6 starts on 2-2-4 to double his lead to 2-0. He will find a trouble with his last start. Just gives Duff a glimmer if he can pile in a big one here.
$100.
Well, finds the treble with his last start, but doesn't do him much good.
59.
But he can really put the pressure on this shot now.
Managed to find a treble with the last. Leaves himself on 90. But he may not get a look at it, because Beaton is looking at tops to take out the 110, and he wasn't too far away.
90. $51. Steve, you require 40.
25 in the pause, unable to get Beaton back for Todd, but it's a stray wide into the single 5, and so it's only going to be one in his hand at double 16, but he only needed that one to get the break. Beaton 2-0 up, looking to get his first win against Neil Duff this week, and if he does so,
It's Steve to throw first.
he will feel like he's pretty much home and hosed, and he's halfway there.
140.
A tentative game, this one. I think the importance of it might...
140.
They might be thinking about it, Neil especially.
85.
I have to apologise because I think I may have put the commentator's curse on this, because I said to you off air just before we went live, this will be a good contest, but it's just not quite lived up to the expectations so far.
It's not quite got going, has it, at the moment? It's very different to the previous
58.
battles that they've had over the last couple of days. Can't quite find the treble as they have been.
Well, everything about this particular fixture is different to the last couple of days. They're not averaging high in the 90s, and Steve Beaton's leading this match. And if he can find the 118 upon his return, he'll find himself 3-0 to the good. And if he finds 118, he may feel like he's got Neil Duff's number.
Steve, you require 118.
Tops.
78.
Doesn't go.
Neil, you require
So Neil
96.
gets a chance at this 96. Needs a treble 20. First start. Will stay there for double 8.
88. Steve, you require 40.
Steve getting the opportunity now to go 3-0 up. Double 10. Double 5.
30.
And he can't manage it
Neil, you
either.
require 8.
He's 2-0 up, but he's missed 17 darts to the double,
Yeah,
Steve
John,
Beaton, and
third leg,
eventually
Neil
Neil Duff is on the board. He's been completely outscored in this contest. to the point where he hasn't been able to really make any inroads on the misses that Steve Beaton has had. But eventually on the board, he's now looking to kick on. And because
95.
that was a break, this game effectively is back on throw.
Yeah, it's still wide open.
81. $60.
Well, again, Neil not finding the treble there. See him getting a bit frustrated.
60.
And the same goes for Steve there.
$60.
Great first start.
140.
Great 140. And the Duff throw is under copious amounts of pressure here.
6.
Neil really struggling to find that treble. 20. And it's giving Steve the opportunity
100.
for a break here.
But it'd be so typically Duff if he came up with something big right about now.
100.
Only a ton. The frustration etched all over his face. And the frustration could be personified if Beaton can find this 120. Tops to climb the ladder.
100.
Doesn't go.
Now you require 126.
So Neil. He's 19 now for the ball. Hits that. So double 6.
114.
Right on
Stevie
the wire.
20.
And that would have been to hold his throw. But double 10 now.
Game shot on the fourth
in
leg.
for Steve Beaton to take a 3-1 lead.
Was that the moment for Neil Duff? The double
Fifth leg,
six on the
Steve
back
to
of the
throw
126, which grazed
on.
the wire. But it is the hit for a wire, which sometimes could be the key difference in games. Duff missing his opportunity.
100.
Beaton taking his. He's got the break. He's 3-1 to the good. And now has the darts in his hand to move 4 points clear at the top of the table.
140.
And then it'll mean if he beats Richie Burnett in the next, he will be through to Saturday night on his debut. And he will be playing
47.
in front of a sold-out crowd here in Portsmouth. The tickets have already gone for Saturday night's showpiece here at the Live Lounge. It's a special night here in Portsmouth.
100.
The patrons that will be making the trip will be treated to a special Q&A session with Phil the Power Taylor in the early evening. He's going to be a
99.
part of our coverage on Saturday night. And they'll also be able to watch legends of the game in action. And it looks more and more seemingly likely
100.
that one way or another they're going to be seeing Steve Beaton.
$60.
Steve not finding the treble there
161.
to leave himself a finish.
47.
All about setting up from here. And he's going about his work beautifully. Almost perfectly.
135. Now you require 114.
So tops.
74. Stevie
And a miss
requires
for Neil
6.
Duff on the tops there allows Steve Beaton an opportunity to win the match. Tops to
Game
put
shot
itself
and the
4
match.
points clear with
Steve
just 4
Beaton.
points left to play for. Steve Beaton is on the hill, on the cusp of qualification here in Group A. He is deposed of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1, and he is one more win away now from progressing his way through to Saturday night's final. It wasn't a vintage match like the other two this week. Steve Beaton missing 18 darts at a double throughout the course of the contest, but he is still a 4-1 winner and a first win of the week for the 1996 world champion against the Lakeside winner of 2022. Coming up after the break, Richie Howson's in action. He takes on Devon Peterson.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 9 games on this Wednesday morning. And Steve Beaton, courtesy of a 4-1 victory against Neil Dove, has put himself onto 20 points in this Group A. You can have a look at the table here. Now, Steve Beaton on 20 points plus 19 legs difference and 46 legs won. Which means from this point onwards, the worst Steve Beaton can do in terms of legs difference is plus 11 and 46 legs won. For Richie Burnett, who's his closest challenger, the best he can do is move on to 20 points, plus 11 in terms of legs difference. But in terms of the legs that he will accrue, he can only get to 44. So that means that Steve Beaton now has done enough to win Group A. Coming up next, it is Richie Howson up against Devon Peterson. It is a battle of the Owl and the African Warrior here in Game 10 of our day. And such is the intricacies of the Modus Super Series. I had to do a double check during the break to confirm, and we can tell you that Steve Beaton, as I say, has done enough to win this group. A couple of games to spare. He can now enjoy the last couple of games, and he can now relax and put his feet up for a couple of days before Saturday's action. I'm sure that somebody who is about to play in the World Seniors Championship will be more than thankful to have a couple of days off.
Game on.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's used to a tough schedule, but, you know, this is a tough schedule as well. And, you know, 2 days rest, I'm sure he'll be thankful for.
140. 100.
So for everybody else, it's about jostling for position. If Devon's going to breach through the Group B barrier, he's going to have to win his remaining 2 matches and probably have to pick up a big win somewhere along the line. The problem that Devon's got is his final matches against Steve Beaton.
140.
Well, Richie leaves himself a finish. 161. Can Devon do the same? He does. So neck and neck.
Richie require 161. 99.
Housen leads himself in a handy position, but is he going to get a go at all? Yes, is the answer. He's going to get a peek at this 62 to take out the opening leg of this contest.
105.
And you get the
Richie
sense he's going to have to
62.
take it out because Devon's left himself on a single to double. He's going to get 2 in his hand, a double 16. It's been a problematic target today, but
Game
double
shot
8's
on the
no
first
problem
leg.
there.
Richie
Housen one up.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first.
He'd have been happy to hit
on.
that double there. Just for a bit of self-confidence in his last match, as doubles seem to be
41.
a bit of a problem. So to get that one under his belt, he'll be happy.
And because Steve Beaton's now gone on to win this group, it's all about
140.
seeing who can confirm B and who can confirm C. If Housen wins this, then he moves on to 16 points alongside Richie Housen. Neil Duff
55.
plays up at Thornton next. It'd mean that if Duff wins that game, then Peterson will be out of the mix altogether. In fact, any win for Housen here would see Peterson out of the mix. But it could be very tight for that second and third spot going into the final round of matches. Duff does play Housen, so that would effectively be a shootout if both are to go on to win their games. Put Richie Burnett in a real good position if he can find a win against Steve Beaton.
Well, again, Richie leaves himself a 161.
43. Richie require 161.
He has got 6 starts at this. And he's going to need them.
65.
He's down for the pull to leave himself on 96 after a dozen to get the break of throw. Average 100.43 in his previous match did Richie Housen. He's averaging in excess of a ton here. In fact, his last few performances have been world class. And he's looking at double 18 here to double up his advantage. It's a 14 darter for Richie Housen. It's a 2-0 lead, an average in excess of 103.5. The Owl is on the prowl.
Leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Richie been hitting the over the 100 mark in his early legs of the matches
100
today.
He's just found a world-class level and sticking to it. Wasn't quite good enough in his game against Steve Beaton. Missed 2 darts to go 3-2 up in that particular contest. And he had to survive a match start from Robert Thornton previously, despite averaging in excess of a ton.
108.
But it's seemingly coming so easy at this present moment in time for the reigning seniors champion of champions.
121.
Devon Peterson's averaging 95, hasn't had a dart at a double yet. Housen averaging just under 110, and that average is only going to rise as he rises to the occasion. He's left himself on 41 after 9, potential 11 darter to go 3-0 to the goods.
What a leg here from Richie.
Richie require 41.
It's a 41. Double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
On the third leg,
Hits it with his second darts and a break of throw. No, it's not.
Fourth leg, it's Devon to
But
throw
it could have been.
first.
112 average. Richie hitting at the moment. Devon himself on 95.
And it's just a scoring average. He hasn't had a double yet. Housen 3 from 4 on the outer ring. He's 3-0 to the good. He's going through an incredible purple patch here. Everything he's hitting is seemingly turning to gold.
125.
And what are those moments like, Trina, when you are just at the peak of your powers?
Well, you hope it keeps going, you know, and
100.
the more confidence you get, you just feel that whenever you release that dart, it's going to go wherever you want it to. You know, you grow with confidence, and yeah, it shows in your game then.
$60.
Well, this really is a special performance from Richie Housen. As good as we've seen from him here on the Super Series stage. He's left himself on a finish after 9 to seal a 4-0 success. His highest ever recorded average is 107.36. Currently here is 113.82. He could be going to levels that he's never been to before. He might be getting older in years, but he's getting better all the time. That was a special performance from Richie Housen. A career best performance from Richie Housen. An average of 115.62 to demolish Devon Peterson by 4-0. Peterson averaging 91.5, and he didn't even get a look in. He rounded off with a 145 checkout. 4 from 5 all told on the outer ring. Richie Housen, take a bow. It's the hour of the owl. Coming up next, Neil Duff against Robert Thornton.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul. I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route, and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player. He's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Suljovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires, and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
What a performance from Richie Houghton, a career best average of 115.62 to get the better of Devon Peterson by 4-0. Sealed in style with this 1-4-5 finish. Richie Houghton moves on to 16 points in this Group A. 4 behind Steve Beaton, he's already won the group. But in terms of the race for Group B or Group C, he now holds the cards. But Neil Duff is in action here against Robert Thornton. He could also move on to 16 points. It looks like that part of the table we're going to see a grandstand finish. He takes on Robert Thornton, who, in fairness, has put in some good performances today, but just cannot find a result. No matter what the circumstance, he's been hit by a ton plus average by Richie Houghton in his previous match. He had a chance to get the better of Devon Peterson, but couldn't up against Neil Duff, for whom he lost 4-1 a few moments ago to Steve Beaton. That ended his hopes of winning the group. Now it's about ensuring he can get into Group B in the night session. And you look at the Group B this week, you look at the players that were involved in Group B this week, you feel like it's the type of group and the type of atmosphere that Neil Duff really could get his teeth stuck into.
Yes, indeed. You know, he's going to have some fun if that's the case, but
60.
Time will tell.
Unfortunately for Robert Thornton, time has told for a little while now. Just the one win. He'll be playing in Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. It's been a week which so far he just hasn't been able to get going.
66.
It's almost felt like the harder he's tried, the worse it's got for him. Not in terms of performances, but everybody just raising their game against him.
Yeah, it must be an incredibly frustrating week for Robert. You know, he's at times he's been absolutely brilliant, and you know, and at times he's just not had that little bit of luck. So it's the way it goes, and it's so tough.
And Robert's the type of player that'll have ideas of grandeur when he arrives in this building, with expectations and genuine expectations of winner of the week. And of course that can still happen, and he can recover on Thursday and Friday, but
65.
he'll be really disappointed with the way things have started 61. In terms of the week, but also in this particular match, because Neil Duff here has got a couple of darts at double 16 to take out leg 1.
55.
But will have time on his side.
Frustration on Robert's face.
92.
Recovers a bit with his
16.
third dart, but 16 now for Neil to take the first leg. Finds it, pins it right at the top of the double, nearly in the 11. But it wasn't.
Second leg, it's
so
Robert
he's 1-0
first.
And it's those margins, isn't it? It's those slender margins which dictate so much in a match.
85.
Absolutely, the width of a wire makes all the difference.
55.
Smallest margins separate greatness and mediocrity.
81.
These two will
100.
be at the World Series Championship. Neil Duff got one of the toughest draws, you'd say, in the draw, with Vincent van der Voort, his opponent in the first round.
81.
The Dutch Destroyer making his debut at the Circus Tavern next month. Fortunately not making his debut here this week. He's been replaced in the lineup by Conan Whitehead in Group B tomorrow night.
94.
Now then.
123.
I spoke too
Robert,
soon.
you require 106.
He doesn't leave himself a finish with the that treble one.
26.
But Robert not making a good job of that.
Well, Duff may feel like this is a free turn to set up. If Fortin cannot take out the 134, he is in
Robert, you require
position.
134.
Well, it can't be done this time, so Duff coming back
84.
for double 16 to go
32.
2-0 up. Takes it with his second dart
leg, Nilda.
and does go 2-0 ahead.
There's a real focus, a real poise about this performance so
it's
far
Neil to throw first.
Neil Duff. For Robert, well, it's perhaps the first time today, shall I say, that he's played somewhat below par. But don't discredit this performance from Neil Duff. This is a real professional job he's putting in here.
$45. $121.
I'm saying nothing.
Well,
85.
Well, I stopped you before you could even think about it.
42.
Saving me from embarrassment. Well, Duffy has got so much time from this 158. Mentioned the professional job he's doing here, and he's just continuing just to rally on despite
90.
the struggles that Robert has had in this game thus far.
$94.
Well, a nice treble 18 there for Duff, leaving it nice and handy. 64. Nothing Robert can do about it.
90.
Does find the treble 17 with his last dart, but not a finish. So here's Neil for tops. Finds it with his third dart, and that puts him in a 3-0 lead.
And he really is going through the gears here.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
92.02 the average. Efficiency, the like of which you'd associate with a German motor.
57.
But it's more Vorsprung darts technique than Vorsprung Dirch technique.
$60. $92.
You do make me smile, Henry.
Give it time, Trina.
45. $140.
Well, a nice 140 there from Robert.
$50.
Well, bit of a mistake there from Neil. So another 140 here from Robert.
100.
Serve him well.
Just give himself something to cling on to in this particular match.
100. Robert, you require 112.
And time from here to get his first leg on the board. Triple 19 would have given him a dart to the bullseye if he so wished to persevere with that target.
25.
And after all this, that might well be all he gets. Because if Duff could put in a big one here, and he cannot find a trouble with the first 2 darts, then that is exactly the target he's heading for.
Robert, you require 87.
So bullseye. He's been good at this.
62.
Just on the wire this time.
Neil, you require
So
106.
Neil coming back for this 106. And if he takes this out, it will be a 4-0 victory.
Triple 18 would have given him a match start at double 60s. He's already taken this finish out today, did so.
Robert, you
In his
require
4-3 defeat to
25.
Devon Peterson. Thornton to get a leg on the board. Double
Gage on the
4.
fourth leg,
And
Robert
finally,
Thornton.
things begin to flicker in the right direction for Robert Thornton. He points to the double to say,
Fifth leg,
there it
it's Neil
is.
to throw first.
Finally, I've
Game on.
found something. But Duff looking to seal the deal here.
60. Come on. 48. $140.
Done 40 for Neil, just continuing to try and pick apart Robert Thornton here.
96. $94.
Well, Duff now very much on the brink of victory here. 6 starts. Well, it's going to be more than 6 starts because where Thornton is in the leg.
78.
207 to get the job done 4-1. I think there'll be too many complaints about the scoreline in this particular contest.
Too many wayward darts for Robert in this leg.
39.
In this game,
Neil,
I
you
should
require
say, in this match.
107.
So 107 now for Neil. Treble 17.
67.
He's himself tops upon his return. Thornton could only hit big and then hope that Duff snuffs chances at the doubles to
140.
win it.
Neil, you
140 leaves
require
himself on a
40.
ton, but Duff to get the job done. Looking at double top. For
Game
top
shot,
performance, it
and
was
the
a
match,
polished display
Neil
for
Duff.
Neil Duff. A 4-1 victory against Robert Thornton, who, if the truth be told, never really got going in that contest. But for Neil Duff, it's a win and a big win. It puts him on to 16 points in the group, and it means that 3 players are fighting for 2 spots in Group B. But the ball is still in the court of Richie Burnett. He's still to play in this round of fixtures, and he takes on the group winner, Steve Beaton, next.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events,
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken and Jaden Walker!
week starring Luke Littler,
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
The darts is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week here on Pluto TV. And at 2:30, we'll be delving deeper into the life of times of Richie Burnett in the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk. That's available from 2 o'clock here. 2:30, shall I say? I'm getting ahead of myself. 2:30. It's like a dentist appointment here on Pluto TV. Right, game 12 of the session, and it does see that man, Richie Burnett, in action. He takes on Steve Beaton, who has mathematically qualified for Saturday night's final. Burnett, well, he had opportunities to take command of the group yesterday, but he was unable to muster those chances. And ever since, Steve Beaton has been an immovable force and an immovable object here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. They centre in on the board. They're locked it ahead of battle. It's game 12 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A repeat of the 1996 World Final. And alongside me, a 10-time world champion in Trina Gulliver to watch these two darting greats go toe-to-toe.
108!
Well, a great start there from Richie.
135.
Meaning business.
Well, these two will be inspired playing one another. They've met so many times over 3 decades. They met in a World Masters final in 93, a World final in 96.
140.
Performances like they put in this week, they really have rolled back the years, and this is a superstar here from the Prince of Wales. 180 followed by a 140.
145.
He's on here for a potential 10 darter to start.
Well, he's showing he means business, doesn't he?
132.
So,
Richie requires 36.
Take this double 18 out for the 10 darter. Brilliant 11. Okay, then.
28.
Well, actually, Steve
you require
has a shot at this 94.
7 scored, so 87 left. We'll look at trouble 17. Unable to go on this particular occasion, but he is going to come back here.
8.
Looking at double 4 Burnett to take the opening leg. A quality start to a quality contest. But Burnett cannot get his nose in front.
Steve, you require 16.
So double 8 now.
And
he nicks it. Nicks the first leg. And a breaker throw there.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Richie just not being able to convert. Scored so well in that first leg and couldn't convert the double.
134.
Steve comes in and nicks it.
He was on for a 10 darter, missed 5 dart double in the end. BEATON breaking and opening up well on throw, opening up strong on throw. And he may feel like now he's beginning to get a strong hold on this game because Burnett with a treble score and BEATON just continuing
100.
to pepper in and around that treble bed.
$78. $100. $60. Steve, you require 167.
So BEATON 6 from here for 167 to really take command of this contest. Burnett nowhere to be seen in leg 2. BEATON carrying on where he left off in the opener. Average of 111 at this early stage of the contest. Has left himself on a 2 darter after 12.
100. Steve, you require 70.
So hits the treble 18, double 8, double 4. 2-0 lead, he takes.
Steve BEATON.
Hold of throw. It's double 4.
Third leg, it's
2-0
Richie
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
It must be like playing a computer when you play Steve BEATON in this kind of form because everything just gets hit.
43.
And there's no emotion either, so you can't, which is what a computer does, doesn't it? Gives you nothing.
Maybe he's AI.
140.
Well, I wouldn't say that. That's a bit, you know.
Dart artificial intelligence.
180. $44.
He's playing with a robotic air, whereas Richie Burnett is playing with an acrobatic air about him.
135.
Different leg again to his previous leg, Burnett.
59. Richie require 143.
So just looking to set this up.
63.
Steve way back on 258. So he's looking favourite to get this leg. But that is a good shot from Steve. Puts the pressure on this 80. Misses a treble 20. Just slips into a treble 5.
$28. Steve, you require
Well,
118.
BEATON here, looking to really put a dagger into Richie Burnett. Is unable to find the 118, and so the Prince of Wales to half the deficit. Looking at 52. Looking at tops. Just looks to double check whether it's in. There's no doubt about that one.
Richie Burnett.
And Burnett's back in the contest. Back to 2-1. He's going to have to find a break at some point. BEATON to
Fourth leg.
establish a 2-leg gap. Does have the darts in his hand.
$100. $180.
Well, Jack wasn't sure then with that 180. But it was in.
60.
Both players seeing the funny side.
$140.
Well, this is another tremendous leg. It's reminiscent of the first. Max followed by a 140, but BEATON is applying pressure.
140.
But this is more impactful for Burnett because this is against the BEATON throw.
That's super darts from Burnett. leaving himself double 18.
140.
And for the second
Richie
time in this
requires
contest, he's left
36.
himself on a double for a 10-darter. And this
Game
time he
shot
finds
of
the
fourth
double
leg,
18.
Richie
It's
Burnett.
the best leg of the week, and Richie Burnett is pleased about it. A 10-darter for the Prince of Wales
Fifth
to
leg,
square
it's
this
Richie to
contest
throw
up at 2
first.
apiece.
Game on.
By the way, viewers, it looks like he's talking out loud. He's actually not. He is miming everything that
85.
he does. So he's not putting Steve off in any way or form with that. But it's quite comical for us in the comms box anyway.
125.
When he was a kid, he was being trained by Charlie Chaplin at the Mime Academy.
$57.
Then also did a secondary course with Bruce Lee, but that didn't quite end up as
97.
impactful as the first. Put it this way, I think Conor McGregor would be quite scared
81.
if he was on the receiving end of one of them in the octagon.
$177.
But Beaton is not being folded or scolded by the brilliance of Burnett in the previous leg.
120.
Continues to carry on as he does, and Richie
Steve, you require 102.
with a thumbs up to the board following a bounce out. But Beaton looking for a thumbs up here, looking for a ton plus
shot of
checkout,
fifth leg,
and he
Steve
takes out the
Beaton.
102 for a 12-darter. What a contest this is. It was a 10-darter by Richie Burnett in the
Sixth
previous
leg,
leg.
it's Steve
A
to
ton
throw
plus
first.
out gives Beaton a dozen
Game
darter. The bronze Adonis 3-2 to the good, averaging 106 in this contest, and is now a leg away with the darts in his hand for completing a 4-2 win.
$48. $140.
Richie Burnett is such a character, and some of the quotes are as good as some of the things he
140.
throws. He once did an interview here with Chris Murphy talking about his life and times in darts, and he came up with the catchphrase,
131.
"I've made 2 fortunes but spent 3.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever. No. A great
47.
character.
Steve, you require
So
107.
can Steve emulate Robert Thornton? He can't.
58.
These two played at a World Championship final back in 1996. 29 years on, they are still playing at the highest level and still playing darts of a high-class caliber.
99.
Steve Beaton,
Steve,
just
you
like that
require
fateful day at Frimley
112.
Green in 1996, is looking to get the better of Burnett, but he's going to have to wait his turn.
38.
Well, this
Richie
is possible by
require
Burnett.
167.
It would be some shot to level the match, but needs a treble 20 with his first start, and unfortunately that's way off.
55. Steve, you require 74.
Well, in life, a lot of things change. But for Steve Beaton, the habit
shot
of
on the
beating
match,
Richie Burnett
Steve Beaton.
continues. He beat him back in 1996 to pick up a World Championship title. But it is Steve Beaton that wins again against Richie Burnett in the year 2025. These two legends of the sport giving us another classic. An average of 101.29 for Steve Beaton. Richie Burnett hit a 10-dart leg and then missed darts for another 10-dart leg. But it's Beaton who wins by 4 legs to 2. He's on 22 points, and his first leg of the victory lap, well, it was a good one, wasn't it? Well, we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to begin the final round of fixtures. We're going to kick off a big game in the race for Group B qualification, and it's effectively a shootout as Richie Howson takes on Neil Duff. The winner of that one will be guaranteed Group B. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Steve Beaton with an average of 101.29. Got the better of Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 2. That rounds off the 4th round of fixtures for the day. Elsewhere, Neil Duff beat Robert Thornton 4-1. And Richie Howson with a 4-0 win against Devon Peterson, averaging 115.62. So Steve Beaton is the winner of Group A. 22 points to his name, but the battle lines have now been drawn as to who gets Group B. Howson, Duff, Burnett, all on 16 points, and it is the players in 2nd and 3rd that go toe-to-toe here in effectively a shootout to see who will guarantee their spot into tomorrow night's action. The loser isn't necessarily out of it, but they'd have to rely on Robert Thornton to get the better of Richie Burnett in the final game of the day. For Richie Howson, all day long, he has played some excellent stuff. He lost his first 2 games. That's the crazy thing about today. Losing one despite averaging 95. But back-to-back ton-plus averages has meant that he has been by far and by way the player to beat on this Wednesday.
Yeah, he's had a brilliant day. very consistent, great averages, super finishing
First leg,
at
it's
times.
Neil to throw first.
But his scoring has
Game
been
on.
so good that when he has had trouble on his doubles, he's given himself time.
And there has been an air of inevitability about certain things as well, particularly in the last couple of games.
54.
Such as the back end of that match against Devon Peterson. As soon as he left 1-4-5, there was something in the back of the mind where you just thought he is going to take it, and he did.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic darts.
100.
And yeah, you felt that it was going to go.
But if there's one player that won't care about what a player's done elsewhere in the day and will just take every game on an individual basis, is that man who's just hit the game's first maximum, Neil Duff.
$81.
Just deals with every single game as an individual event, doesn't care what's happened before or what was to happen thereafter. But it'd be slightly disappointing with that turn.
You're just wandering into the treble 7 there.
43. $60.
Can't find the treble to leave himself a better outshot.
$83. Now you require 146.
Well, if he doesn't take it this time, he will be able to come back. There's Howson not on a finish.
60.
Comes back for 86 to take out the opening leg. Howson could only apply pressure. Duff got off to a really quick start, having hit that max, but since then has stalled. In fact, since the 180, he scored 180 points across 3 visits. But it's here who gets the first visit to win the leg. And he's going to get the first dart to win the leg at the bull. But that was off kilter.
Richie require 94.
Hits the treble 20. Double 16 to take the first leg.
69.
Kicks into the 7.
You require 43.
He'll be annoyed by that house, and he knew that was an opportunity. Duff returns to eventually get over the line in leg 1. Bit of a scrappy affair. But Duff finds himself one up. Not vintage, but he'll take it. And we did see yesterday, didn't we?
Second leg.
Final game of the day.
First.
Richie,
Game
okay, he beat Devon Peterson. But it just felt like the petrol tank was just nearing towards empty in that contest.
55.
Yeah, it's getting towards the end of the day and everybody's getting tired, and it's, you know, it showed in the game, to be fair, but
108.
things don't seem to be fading just yet.
Well, 5 of these 6 players play in the World Series. Perhaps not a surprise that things might tire and tighten up as the day draws to a close.
$140.
Great 140 there from Duff.
139. Jack 94.
Oh, Jack just checking the score there. Richie putting his hands up and saying, nope, that's not right.
59.
Jack was trying to give him a couple of extra points. Suppose he's got to make somebody at the World Seniors happy after he upset everyone with the draw on Monday.
60. Now you require
Me
122.
Make sure you do have a word. Oh. Tops. For Neil Duff to have more than his say. He's gone for the ball. He's miscounted. He thought he had 1-3-2 left.
Richie require 152.
Well, this could go. If he finds another, he can't. So, even though the mistake was
78.
made
Neil, you
by
require
Neil, he's got a
15.
chance of putting this right. So, double 4 now to go
Game
2-0
shot on the
ahead.
second leg, Neil Duff.
I was a little bit lucky there, miscounting in that leg.
Third leg, it's Neil to
but
throw
was
first.
given the chance.
Game on.
It's one of those moments you're actually glad you missed, because if he hit the ball, he would have bust the score. But Duff,
95.
2-0 up nonetheless, halfway towards a win, which would guarantee him Group B. Howson, he'll be left to sweat it out to see
43.
where he will play on Thursday and Friday. And this is a man that is at 2 ton plus averages today, and it could well be just 2 wins despite the level he's played at.
43.
That's the brutality of this group.
You still wouldn't like to say which way it's going to go. It's so tight.
100.
And it's still open.
And we have seen the powers of recovery from Richie Houghton this week. He trailed 3-1 against Robert Thornton yesterday before then going on to win 4-3. And we do know Richie Houghton has this real dogged determination that no match is over until that final dart goes in against him. To be honest, they're qualities you could probably say about every single player in this group. There's no one that's going to throw a towel in just because a couple of things have gone wrong.
$98. $100.
For the Owl, at the end of this one, he'll be able to have a nap. But an owl is a nocturnal animal. He'd be wanting to be here tomorrow evening.
140. Richie require 118.
Can't find the treble.
58.
So Neil
Neil, you
coming back for the
require
68. Treble 21st. Double 16 to go 3-0 up.
36.
Can't find it this time, so
Richie
giving
requires
Richie
60.
a chance to nick a leg. Tops. For a
Game
break
shot on
and
the
throw.
third leg, Richie Houser.
2-1 the scoreline.
Neil will feel bitterly disappointed. He had a
leg,
chance
it's
to
Richie to throw
really,
first.
really have the
on.
game in his direction, in his ascendancy. And effectively now, this game is back on throw at 2-1. Houser looking to square up at 2 apiece. Just when it looked like Duff was going to shoehorn open an opportunity to put himself free clear.
$59.
I'm going to head to that Seniors World Championship at the Circus
60.
Tavern. Neil's probably a player that looks at his record in the big seniors televised events, and you look at what he does on the WDF circuit, you look at what he does here, will probably feel like he hasn't done enough damage yet in one of the real big seniors ones yet. He probably is a player that probably, maybe not expected to have won one yet, but expected to have been maybe in a final, a semi-final.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, he's got high expectations of himself, and you know, he travels all over. He takes in competitions everywhere. So, yeah, he'd be thinking he should have done better. So, you know, you never know what's going to happen at the tavern this time.
Such a competitive field this year for the World Seniors Championship. Such a competitive field this week. And Neil Duff will be hoping to be the headline act when the final dart goes in on Saturday night. That's his third max of this particular contest. And having been broken in the previous leg, he's looking to get that break back. And if he does so here, he will have the darts to claim that Group B spot and to claim a place into tomorrow night's action.
100. Now you require 116.
This is his favourite shot. So tops now.
96.
Can't find it. It's been so popular with him, that shot this week.
121.
Has missed it a couple of times today. So treble 17 now. Can't be done, so looking to set it up.
53. Now you require 20.
To begin to break the back of this contest, he
Game
breaks
shot on the
back
full
Howson.
flag,
The double
Milton.
10 goes, Duff 3-1 to the good. And now has the darts in his hand to seal a 4-1 success
Fifth
to
flag,
end
it's
his
Neil to
Group
throw
A campaign.
first.
But not just that.
Game on.
It would also mean that he has got a guarantee of Group B. He will be playing in the night shift tomorrow and Friday.
60. $108.
Well, the maximum there for Howson. Showing I'm not going anywhere.
60.
Well, on the back of his shirt, there is a saying, never give up. And that is one of his best qualities. And he's going to have to demonstrate that
57.
in bucket loads here if he is going to turn around this two-leg deficit.
$41.
Never give up. The Richie Howson mantra.
$100.
Richie leaving himself a finish, although it would be a big one.
44. Richie require 164.
And he will have 6 darts at this.
$100.
Just to give himself a glimmer of hope in this contest.
100. Richie requires
64 now, and 6 darts in hand to bring it back to 3-2. After 2 single 16s, the double.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
Richie Howson duly obliges. He breaks stuff back. 3-2 the score. And the hour with the darts
Sixth
to take
flag,
us all
it's
the way.
Richie to throw first. Game on.
Perfect first dart. Sat beautifully for him.
140.
And Neil Duff here has got 1 or 2 questions to answer because he went 3-1 up. He looked quite comfortable in the match. But Richie Howson is just beginning to slowly but surely peg him back.
60.
Yeah, he's picking away. Should I say pecking his way?
100.
It's just bit by bit making inroads. It's one of those games where it feels like Richie's really creeped up on Neil.
45.
And Neil just gone off the boil a bit at the moment.
108.
Howson waxing a 180. Leave himself 81. Favourite for this leg.
115.
But that's a great reply there from Neil
Richie
Duff.
require 81.
So 52 left.
49.
Leaves himself double 16, and he will be back.
For Duff, full concentration now will
83.
be on the last leg
Richie
where he has the
32.
darts to finally crawl over the line. Double
Game
16
shot on
for
the
Richie
sixth
Howson.
leg,
It's a
Richie
13
Howson.
darter, and we have a last leg decider. Neil Duff was 3-1 to the good in this all-important
Seventh and final
shootout
leg.
for
It's
Group
Neil
B.
to throw first.
Howson's reeled off
Game on.
back-to-back legs, and we go all the way. 1 leg, 501 points separates who's going to be playing on Thursday night and who will be made to sweat it out in the final game of the session. Every treble feels like gold dust right now, Trina.
Yeah, so important. Sudden death, last leg. Every dart counts.
140.
And that's a great shot there from Neil.
Who blinks first?
41.
That a slip at the worst possible time for Neil. Richie's got a real opportunity here to make some severe inroads.
Finds another treble. Leaves himself a finish.
$55. Richie require 161.
Neil Duff makes a mistake there. No finish for him. So Richie will have 6 at this shot, but
32.
has not done very well himself there.
He's not thrown in the towel, but the towel's on his head. Hot work for Richie Howson.
135.
And he may well be in a spot of bother here because Duff left himself on a double. But Howson to nick a Group B spot from the grasp of Neil Duff. He had led the game by 3 legs to 1, the Duff man, but now he is going to get match darts to get over the line, to crawl over the line against Richie Howson. It is going to be Neil Duff who's going to play in Group B tomorrow night. He had to work harder for than perhaps he would have liked. It was 3-1 to the good. Richie Howson rallied back, but it is the Duff man who completes a 4-3 win, and it is going to be the 2022 Lakeside champion who will be playing in tomorrow's action in the evening session. For Howson, well, he doesn't quite know where he's going to be yet. That depends on the outcome of the final game between Robert Thornton and Richie Howson. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Steve Beaton one final time before he's going to appear on Saturday night. He takes on Devon Peterson.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with a record average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Sherrick's max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff confirmed his place in Group B with a 4-3 win against Richie Howson. Next up for us, it is Steve Beaton up against Devon Peterson. It's game 14 of 15 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Wednesday afternoon. For Steve, it's his last game until we see him on Saturday night for the finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Devon, well, he's going to be back tomorrow afternoon to play in Group C. And, well, he can kind of help sway who may well join him, because he can win this game, moves on to 14 points. And then you'll see Howson and Burnett go toe-to-toe. Burnett and Thornton go toe-to-toe in the last, shall I say. And a win for Richie Burnett would guarantee that the Prince of Wales will be joining Neil Duff, Chris Mason, Conan Whitehead, Darryl Fitton in Group B. Talk about throwbacks. That would be a throwback.
58.
Yeah, what a group.
$60.
There'll be some conversations in that group.
None of which would be able to be broadcasted.
58. $140. $100.
Great recovery after dart 1. It was just dipping below the bed, but he managed to find a way to squeeze 2 in towards the top left-hand corner.
96. Devon, you require 161.
He was really good at knowing how his darts behave, and it worked a treat on that occasion. He's given himself a set-up turn here to break the Steve Beaton throw, who's gone off quite tentatively at the beginning of this first leg.
Looks like he's making up for it now.
141. Devon, you require 70.
So 70 now for Devon. Double 16 to take the first leg. And a breaker throw there for Devon Peterson.
15 darter, 1-0 the African Warrior leads.
Second leg, it's
now,
Devon
Steve
to throw first.
Has not completed the card over the course of a day. He's been the dominant force, but he hasn't won all 5 matches on a given day yet.
62.
He could do so here if he beats Devon.
$40. $100. $140.
Great darts there from Steve.
140.
And Devon follows it.
$83.
It's a perfect first start. He shouldn't stay there, but he's going to. And that's 100 for the week. But Devon does that all the time.
140. Devon, you require 19.
He just likes hitting maximums to put pressure on opponents, even if it leads him to spurn a dart before then going for the double.
3.
He cannot find 2 8s.
Steve, you require 98.
So Steve got the chance of this 98. Can't be done now, so
39.
Devon coming back
Devon,
for this
you
double
require
8.
16.
Has to shuffle all the way
Gets on
across
the
the
second
hockey
leg, Devon
and
Peterson.
finds a route home. And 2-0. Devon Peterson leads Steve Beaton.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $96.
Well, you said earlier that Steve's not lost a game yet
41.
today. He's 2-0 down. Could this be the one? Or will he
6.
continue with his dominance of today?
These two played in the last game of Monday's session. Beaton won it
54.
4-2, averaging 96.46, 4 from 8 on the doubles. And Beaton would again get the better of Peterson, this time on the last leg decider on Tuesday. So Peterson yet to pick up a win against the Bonstars, although admittedly 2 of the 3 wins that have been picked up against Steve have been by Neil Duff.
$30. $49. $98. $66.
So Steve with an opportunity now to get a leg back. Treble 19. Tops.
97.
Can't find it, so
Devon, you require
Devon coming in for this
151.
151. Would have given him a 3-0 lead. But just looking to set it up now.
60. Steve, you require 20.
Steve in for 20, and he gets a
Gets
leg on the
third
board.
leg. Steve Beaton.
Had to double check, but in it goes. Back to 2-1
Fourth
it
leg,
is.
it's 7 to throw
Peterson
first.
with
Game
the
on.
darts in his hand to move 2 clear once again. And going about his business beautifully,
108.
perfectly. His second max of the contest.
119. $121. $59.
Oh, what a leg this is. We've already seen a 10 darter from Richie Burnett today.
140.
Max would have left Devon Peterson with the opportunity to have done something similar. But he's on for potential 11. The good bits today have been
95.
excellent.
Devon,
And
you
it could well be
require
another
60.
near perfect leg from Peterson. If he can find tops, that was awkward. Clean bed, double 10.
40.
Steve looking to put some pressure on this 20.
78. Devon, you require
Devon going
20.
for double 10. Double 5 now. Can he use the barrel?
10.
He can't.
Steve, you require
So
150.
Steve got a shot. The 150.
42. Devon, you require
To
10.
finally extend the gap. Splits 2 double 4. It's his MO. It's what he's been doing all week. But it doesn't work for him there.
Steve,
And
you
so
require
Beaton to level up at
108.
2-2, looking at 108. He got a big 102 in his previous match, but he's not going to find another inspired
60.
ton topper
Devon, you
here.
require 4.
So double 2, double 1 for Devon.
Game's on the fourth
Goes
flag.
3
Devon
legs to
Peterson.
1 up against Steve Beaton.
Fifth flag.
But
It's
this
Steve
was
to
not the
throw
way that
first.
Steve Beaton would have wanted
on.
to have ended the day. He won't give up, we know that for a fact, but Devon Peterson
6.
is in full command of this contest. A leg away, and with Beaton kicking off trebleless, has got an opportunity to make real inroads on the Pons Adonis throw.
100.
He would like more from that visit there. His first treble going
59.
in. The other 2 falling short. Still a ton though.
$60.
What a first start. Manages to
140.
clip another one alongside it. This leg really is up for interpretation. A lot may well depend on what Devon does here. If he comes up dry, then Beaton's in control of it.
41.
He does come up dry. The ball's in Beaton's court.
100.
Loose start there from Devon.
45. Steve, you
Still not
require
finding a treble.
142.
82 left. 17 now.
102.
Leave tops.
To keep Peterson on his toes.
81. Steve, you require
Double top.
40.
And now double 10.
30.
The biggest surprise was it didn't go.
$100. Steve, you require 10.
Double 5.
Game shot on the fifth
Takes
leg.
with his
Steve
first
Beaton.
start. And the scoreline stands at 3-2 to Devon.
Sixth
Devon
leg. It's
with
Devon
the
to
darts
throw
in this
first.
leg.
Game on.
Could that prove to be the importance of it?
Is that the moment that seals the deal for
81.
Devon? Finds a triple. May feel like he could have got more out of that turn. And Beaton's first up picture just above the triple bet gave it such an inviting
140.
guide for a couple more to follow.
$60.
Devon just analysing
140.
his throw there in the background. Doesn't seem to be picking off them treble 20s like he was earlier in the match.
45.
It's like he's just hit the stall button.
91.
Stephen leaving himself a nice 130 finish there.
65.
There's really, in this leg,
Steve, you
there's
require
nothing
130.
Devon can do about it. But a slip there into the 1.
40.
And for Peterson, what was going so right is now going so wrong.
80. Steve, you require 90. $58. Devon, you
Leaves
require
himself 32, but will he come
170.
back? Yes, he will.
100. Steve, you require
Give us a last
32.
leg decider. Peter looking at double 16 and now double 8. He's been good on this target today, but he has to drift across to double 4.
28.
He's unable to find, and Devon
Devon, you
Peterson, who looked like a
require
bystander
70.
in this leg, is going to get an opportunity to win it here. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 8. fours. He's just seen his opponent miss it. But he'll
Game
find,
shot and the match,
and he
Devon
will get a win
Peterson.
against Steve Beaton to deny the Bronze Adonis a perfect Wednesday. Success for the South African Devon Peterson, and boy, is he enjoying it. A nice embrace between the pair. I suppose Devon Peterson, over the first couple of days against Steve Beaton, was handed a bit of a toweling, but today, success for the South African against the Bronze Adonis. Fulton Burnett's our final game of the day, and that's coming up next.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me.
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent is not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is the state of play in Group A going into the final game of the session. Steve Beaton's won the group. He progresses through to Saturday's final. Neil Duff is guaranteed Group B. Richie Howson is awaiting the outcome of the final game between Richie Burnett and Robert Thornton. If Burnett wins, he qualifies for B. Thornton wins, it is Howson playing in the night session. And so, let's get the game on for the final time today. And for the final time in this Group A, it may well be the final time these two meet this week. Or there could be a couple more battles between the pair. We'll find out over the next few legs or so as Burnett takes on Thornton. Our final game of the afternoon session here in Portsmouth. A big battle to see who goes where. And an intriguing battle because at times, Richie Burnett has been magnificent, but there's also been times where we've seen all sorts of goings on as far as the Prince of Wales is concerned.
Yes, we've seen him talking to himself, praying, pointing to the camera. So we'll see what this one shall bring.
The last couple of matches, though, have been much
46.
better from Richie Burnett. Averages of 94 and 93 respectively, though he did lose his previous match to Steve Beaton, despite hitting a 10 darter and having a dart at double 18 for another one and another leg. In terms of the levels provided today, Burnett will go off the favourite. But Thornton has shown glimpses, but it feels like we're a little bit of a broken record when we say that those moments have now got to become a full match, a whole 7 legs potentially.
Yeah, and Robert not off to a good start in this leg, but
140.
Yeah, he's not got it together at all, Robert. But you know, he'll be praying for tomorrow that comes now. You know, it starts afresh.
95.
And you know, you could well see him in the final on Saturday night.
We saw it last week, didn't we, with Steph Clark, how she progressed through Group C after a group play campaign didn't go to plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she lost her first 5 games in the on the Monday, and slowly got better over the course of the week. So, and then she really shined Thursday and the Friday.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. First ever win of a week in this building, Kieran Tierney picked up 6 points in the Group A and then would go on to win the week and play at the Champions Week.
140. $98. Richie require 101.
101 for Burnett. Will stay there to give himself a dart down at double 19.
63. Robert, you require 155.
So this can be done, but not this time.
82.
Does recover well with the
Richie
last start.
38.
You feel that Richie's going to take out this 38. Decides to split. Double 16. Double 8 now. Can't
30.
find it. So Robert will be back for that
73.
73.
To take the opening leg of this encounter. 9 scored, 64 left, 14 bull. Bulls, I didn't contemplate the treble.
48.
He wasn't too far away from scaring the bull. Gives
Richie
himself an ironic round of
require
applause,
8.
but he may well be applauding Richie Burnett in a couple of seconds.
Double 4. You find it with his last dart.
Game
He
shot on the
does.
first leg. Richie Burnett.
Breaks the throw of Robert Thornton and goes one leg up.
Second
Burnett
leg.
breaker.
It's Richie to throw first.
After Thornton had a
Game
dart at the bull to take the opening leg himself. Just remind if you are new to us here
59.
at the Super Series about our session times tomorrow and Friday. We're underway at 1 o'clock on Pluto TV to watch Group C get underway. Trina will be amongst the cast
41.
list in action for that.
Yes, I shall. And I'm just wondering why. Go back to the hotel after this, and I'm definitely going to put some hours in on that board.
This has scared you instead of inspired you, hasn't it, this standard?
140.
Yeah, scary week for me to watch and commentate on. There's been some stunning darts this week.
And a nice little trip down memory lane as well. Some
100.
players who have had careers that probably about 95% of people that have ever played this sport at the highest level could only
95.
dream of having. Burnett looking to double his lead. 4-2 over Ton leads himself
Richie
on
require
120.
126.
126 for 2-0.
Needs a treble 19. Finds it. The bullseye. And he
Game
finds
shot,
that
second
too.
leg.
A
Richie
great
Burnett.
shot out there from Richie Burnett and goes 2-0 up.
Burnett bags the ball
Third
and
leg,
bags
it's
an
Robert to
advantage
throw
in this
first.
match.
Game on.
Doesn't need inspiration from the speaker now.
$50.
That means the only player now to not had a ton plus checkout today is Devon Peterson. 5 across the course of the session. 1 by 5 of the players involved. A bit down on what we saw on Tuesday,
87.
where we had 12 across the session, including 3 by Robert Thornton, 2 170s, and Neil Duff with 4 ton plus checkouts himself, and he hit 3 of them in one game against Steve Beaton.
$99. $140. $133.
That's great darts there from Robert to leave himself a 1-3-2 finish. But what damage can Richie do here to put that shot under pressure?
135. Robert, you require 132.
Oh, there's pressure. And Burnett is going to come back for this 66. But what's going to be the route for Richie?
58. Richie requires
Prince of
66.
Wales, start your engine. Double top. But
46.
Burnett cannot motor into a
Robert,
3-0 lead
requires
just yet.
74.
Wanted the 14 there, but the bullseye. Oh, and he
Game
saved
shot on the
himself
third
again.
leg, Robert Thornton.
A last
Fourth leg,
dart
it's Richie
save
to
by
throw
Robert
first.
Thornton,
Game on.
keeping Burnett 2 within 1. The drama goes on, the drama continues tomorrow and
6.
Friday. As we mentioned, 1 o'clock is where we start on Pluto T for the afternoon, but it's 10 o'clock where the night sessions will begin, and we'll be with you all the way until 2 a.m. for that.
60.
Then Saturday night, 7:30, we're underway for the finals, including our special studio guest, the 16-time world champion Phil Taylor will be alongside myself and Laura Turner for that.
100.
We'll be playing all the way through to a winner of the inaugural Modus Super Series Legends League.
41.
I've got some news for you, Trina.
What's that, Henry?
You're playing Robert Thornton in the first game of the session with the darts.
I'm sure that's going to make a difference.
59.
No, that's actually quite a good. Just hope it plays like it's played here to give me half a chance.
I'm sure
40.
you'll be fine.
I certainly hope so.
$100. $43.
I'm looking forward to watching the golden girl with the darts in her hand tomorrow as opposed to the microphone in the hand. Not that I don't enjoy your company in the commentary box. It's been a great pleasure the last couple of days.
Thank you very much.
But looking forward to seeing what you could do on the Super Series stage once again.
Well, let's just hope I don't stab myself in the face tomorrow and think it's a microphone. My 3 darts.
42.
Well, Burnett had a stab at the 82, but he couldn't quite find tops. Thornton just beginning to knock the door a little bit.
99. Richie require 40.
So tops now for Richie. Double 10. Hits
Gets on
it.
a 4 flag.
Goes
Richie
3-1
Burnett.
ahead.
One leg away from
flag, it's
ensuring
Robert
that
to
he's
throw
going to be
first.
in Group
Game
B. I'm sorry if I'm slightly chuckling at this proposition, but Burnett, Duff, Mason,
41.
Whitehead, Fitton.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that group. There's going to be some stories appearing that from the past.
140.
I get the feeling if it's them five, I think they're all going to really enjoy each other's company tomorrow night.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
60.
Feel sorry for the poor players, Marshall Mind, who has to look after the players and ensure that they do everything correctly.
140.
He can try and keep them in line, but I'm not so sure he will.
To be honest, first and foremost, you've got to make sure Mace is in line.
85.
Looks after himself. I'm sure we'll see a good version of Chris Mason tomorrow night. We're seeing a good version of Richie Burnett here, and he's closing in on a 4-1 win against Robert Fortin.
60. 140. Richie require 161.
Well, doesn't leave himself a finish, Robert, so Richie will have 6 from here if he needs it.
97.
Well, it now feels like a case of when rather than if Richie Burnett is going to win this darts match for Fortin. It's an end of the day which hasn't quite gone to plan. And so Richie
59.
Burnett here looking at
Richie requires
64 to get the job done, to seal a 4-1 success and to confirm his place in Group B tomorrow. It's going to be an all-star cast
Richie
in the
Burnett.
night sessions this week as Richie Burnett joins Neil Duff, Chris Mason, Conan Whitehead and Daryl Fitton in the night-time spectacular. He gets the better Robert Fortin by 4 legs to 1. Average of 86.5, 4 from 14 on his doubles, including that 1-2-6 checkout. Burnett joins Duff in Group B. Howson, Peterson and Thornton in Group C. For the winner of Group A, enjoying and earning a couple of days off, is Steve Beaton. The Bronze Adonis winning Group A on his debut. We'll have all the reaction from what has been a scintillating day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the other side of this short break.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker taken back! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group A here at Legends Week has come to a close. This is what we've seen on Wednesday. Steve Beaton getting the job done, sealing his place through to Saturday night's finals. That last game there between Richie Burnett and Robert Thornton was to see who the final player through to Group B was going to be, and it was Burnett who sealed a 4-1 success against the former World Grand Prix champion. So let's have a look at the table then, following the end of Group A. Steve Beaton with 22 points to his name, that being enough to get him through to Saturday night's final. Neil Duff and Richie Burnett, they are into Group B on Thursday and Friday night, whilst Richie Howson, Devon Peterson and Robert Thornton will be in the afternoon shift on Thursday and Friday. Trina Gulliver's alongside me in the studio, as too is Steve Beaton. Steve, great to see you once again. You're probably getting sick of the sight of us at this particular point, but many congratulations on winning Group A. Was it a case of just getting the job done as quickly as possible today?
Yeah, obviously I wanted to win the group because you can have a few days off then. I think probably the one game today was me and Neil Duff, really. He'd beat me the last 2 days. Both started off a bit edgy and that lot, but yeah, it was nice to beat him for a change. And then once I'd done that, I felt a bit more secure then. I thought I was going to be all right then. You
never met him before this week, but it feels like you two are already blossoming a little bit of a rivalry.
Yeah. I know he tries hard, and I can see that, But yeah, still good friends, Like you say, we went out for a curry last night and that. But yeah, it's nice. You are going to meet different people on this. Obviously, people I haven't played before. But yeah, I mean, nice enough fella, and he's trying the same as me.
Did you know that following that particular match that you'd won the group? Because the intricacies of the format meant that you actually won the group with a couple of games to go.
Like I said this morning, I just count on the points. I know how many I'm winning and that lot. But then obviously it goes on counting back and things like that, which can start adding up. But I mean, even Richie said to me when there was 2 games to go, he said, you've won it anyway. I can't catch you up on even if you lost 4-0, I can't catch you. So yeah, virtually, like I said, that was the turning point really, that game.
And then the last couple of matches, particularly the 4th game, you played some excellent stuff.
Yeah, you got to keep concentrating and playing well. I had a good average on that one, and then the last one against Devon, I'm just probably burning out in the end. Devon played well, but yeah, it's hard. You just got your mind wanders a little bit, and you stray from that treble. So it's just one of them games, really.
And you've been here so many times, Trina. You've played in this tournament a fair few times. You've played in all the groups here at the Super Series. How difficult is it to replicate it game in, game out, day in, day out?
It's very difficult. You're going to have blips here and there. You can't consistently do it. It's just impossible. But you're going to have blips. But if you can get over the line and get them good results coming in at the right times, it makes a difference.
And one of the other things Steve did so well was even when you weren't playing at your best, he was still able to find a way of picking up points, of picking up wins.
Yeah, exactly that. And, and picking up the legs as well. And although when it came to it, it actually didn't come down to legs, but, you don't know that when you start playing. So
In terms of the experience, we had a little bit of a chat, didn't we, on Monday about it. How have you found Super Series life so far?
I mean, it's sort of like I say, it was all new, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I mean, maybe I've been fortunate. I've been with a group of lads that we all have a bit of a laugh and a joke, and we enjoy it. And you know, maybe I could be in a group with a load of people that don't, you know, miserable. You know, well, they could be, couldn't they?
Why are you looking at me?
No, I'm not. But you know what I mean? You could be in the wrong group, and they you know, don't talk all day long, and you just like, yeah. But, you know, maybe I've just been fortunate. I've been in a good group. But, yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, this is ideal practice for me. I mean, it's better than being at home playing on your own, isn't it? I mean, this is brilliant.
Does this suit as well the way that you like to play or the way you like to practice? The fact that it's constant games, game in, game out. Even if you're off the hockey, you're only off it for 20 minutes. You're constantly going. You're constantly ticking over. Yeah,
I mean, it's great. I mean, like I say, it's great practice, and everybody's trying. You can see everybody's trying. I mean, you can especially like some of the, like Richie, his expressions, you can tell he's trying his guts out to win, you know, and yeah, it's very competitive, and that's what you want, competitive games. You know, it's no just, you know, like I say, practicing at home on your own, you know. This is brilliant, you know, very good.
And we've been speaking about it on commentary all day. You're both preparing, obviously, for the World Seniors at the Circus Tavern. When you consider the timing, particularly that you guys are playing this week, about, was it 3 weeks out from the tournament, now at the Circus Tavern, it's kind of the perfect time to see where your game is at, but also fine-tune certain things you think, actually, I can improve upon this.
Yeah, you know, if there's blips in your game, you've got time to try and rectify that. You know, it's a good time to see where your faults are and find your weaknesses and your strengths, and yeah, to try and work on what you need to.
And I suppose now the draw's been made for that, Steve. Does that tournament now become a little bit more serious and come a little bit more focused, the World Seniors?
Yeah, I mean, I've got Saturday yet to come. That's going to be quite. I mean, I've done all this week now, and Saturdays are just a whole day, and whoever plays well. And it's the same with the seniors. Whoever turns up on the day, you know. I mean, I've got Colin McGarry, good friends with him as well. I've done exhibitions over in Ireland for him and that lot. We're good friends. But I know Colin can play, and it's all going to be on the day. And you know, I'm hoping that my form's going to be good. But yeah, it's one of them. You gotta be there and playing well, or you're out.
Let's definitely see what happens. So I have another chat with you in just a second, Steve. Myself and Trina are going to round up everything else that has happened today here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As soon as Steve qualified, it was all about who the other two players were going to get the final two spots through to Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And it felt like in the case of Neil Duff, after he lost to Steve, he knew what the assignment was and he managed to get the job done in terms of getting Group B without any dramas whatsoever.
Yeah, and you know, he's been very consistent. Neil has all day again, and yeah, he's been there all the time, pressurising every game, and yeah, he's there.
Did it feel typically Neil Duff, where you can just rely on him to do good things at good times? He's a very determined player. I mean, we all want to win, obviously, but he's got this tendency. He digs deep, and you know, it's never over till it's over with him. And then Richie Burnett, he managed to seal third place. He's had an interest. He's actually played some good stuff at points, but I suppose when we see Richie do some of the things that he does on the stage, I suppose that kind of takes over as the highlights, don't they? Yeah, well, he's a character, isn't he? And very animated, and you can see the passion that he has for the game, just with the way he reacts. And but yeah, he's a funny guy, and he's played some great darts as well. And I suppose that's part of the thing. He averaged 90 for the day yesterday, put in some really good performances today. Midway through the session, a couple of big 90-plus averages. Because of that, I feel like actually, as a darts player, he gets understated a lot. Yeah, he does. I mean, he's been around for a long, long time, almost as long as him, like, you know. Longer then. Longer. But yeah, he's been around for a long time. He's got lots of experience, and, you know, he took some time out, and he's come back, and he's playing well. Playing very well indeed, the Prince of Wales. He's going to be in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. Richie Howson didn't quite make it through, but he put in some really good performances. He had the ton and then the 115 98.62. And it just felt like at points in that game, he wasn't missing anything.
No, everything was going to plan, and it was an astonishing game. An outstanding outshot here from him, and he was just brilliant.
And there was just an inevitability about him. A 4-0 win against Devon Peterson. These are the stats from that game. 115.62 average, 4 from 5 on his doubles, including that 1-4-5 checkout to get the better of Devon, who actually averaged 91.5 and didn't even get a dart at a double in that particular contest. As far as Devon is concerned, is there enough signs of encouragement to think that moving into Group C, he can get some joy?
I mean, he's improved all week, so yes, he'll take his positives from that, and he's got better as the week's gone on, and he played towards the latter end of the day today. He played some great darts.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket, because Robert Thornton's going to join that pair in Group C alongside yourself, Trina, Wes Newton and Martin Adams. That feels like a bit of a cosmopolitan mix. Obviously, you and Martin spent so many years at the Lakeside. Wes Newton spent so many years in the PDC, as did Devon, as did Robert. Richie obviously plying his trade on the senior circuit. Feels like there's going to be a decent mix of players in that group.
Yeah, there's a good mix there. You know, there's the oldies, as in Martin Adams and me, and then there's a good mix of players from different areas of the game.
And then in terms of Group B, I wouldn't want to be a fly on the wall in that practice room with them lads going.
Oh, I actually would like to be a fly on the wall in that practice room. That would be so entertaining. It's a great lineup, and there's going to be some fun games there. And
for yourself, Steve, how nice has it been to rekindle memories with people that maybe you haven't seen for a fair few years?
Oh, it's great, yeah. Like I say, we've all enjoyed our company with each other, and we a bit of a laugh and that lot. And when you go on the stage, you play seriously. But yeah, no, it's been great. Like I said, maybe I was just fortunate I've been with a good group this week, and but I honestly, I'm quite happy to get through till Saturday. I wouldn't want to go in another group now for another couple of days and fight it out.
So what is the plan now between now and Saturday?
I'll probably go home for a couple of days now, just relax a bit, and then come back for Saturday. You only have so long in a hotel room, don't you? You can. It's like four walls, isn't it? You know. So I'll go and get something to eat now, and then maybe go home later on tonight.
And then back here Saturday for finals night here. First time you would have played in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge. Now, it's a very unique environment in terms of you may only get 100 people in here, but it could be a very loud 100 people. And I can imagine there's going to be a lot of people here specifically to see yourself in action. How much are you looking forward to that?
Oh, it'd be great. Yeah, I mean, obviously I'll do exhibitions of that, and it's the same sort of thing. But yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah, and obviously I don't know who else is going to qualify yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
And it'd be how nice a way would it as well be to start the year, obviously moving into new territories, into new environments, new beginnings. How nice it'd be for you to kick-start it with success here at the Super Series, give yourself a real foundation to build on.
Oh, it'd be great. And I've noticed as well, it's not just a straight knockout. You actually you do groups, don't you? So you actually you play a couple of games, and so it's not just on one game and you're out. You still got a chance. You got to play too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great.
Should be good fun. How much fun do you reckon you're going to have in Group C on Thursday or Friday, Trina?
Well, I'm hoping not to be the one propping everybody else up, but. I need to improve my game from what I played last week. I couldn't get it together, and it was very frustrating. And so I'm going to have to really, really get my game on.
Is it a case of just hammering away at the practice board tonight and then going at it tomorrow?
I shall definitely be going back to the hotel room, and fortunately I've brought my dartboard with me, so I should be having a throw there.
You're busy in every single capacity, aren't you, this week, Trina?
Yep, it's been a busy time. It's been a busy week.
Most definitely has. And, well, Steve, final word goes for you. You can now get to relax, look ahead to Saturday's final. And I suppose, all in all, how would you reflect on Group A altogether?
It's been great. There has been some really good games. I think all the lads have played well, in this group. And it was very hard in the end to see who was. I mean, there was no guarantee of me today until, you know, I'd done the first few games, but it was wide open, you know. So, yeah, it'd be interesting, like I said, to see who's going to be here on Saturday with me, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You never know, it might be me.
You never know.
Yeah.
Could be the final on Saturday.
Could be. Yeah,
good,
how
wouldn't it?
about
Yeah.
that?
Well, Steve, thank you so much. It's been great watching you play this week. Trina, it's been great working with you over the last couple of days. And next time I shall see you, you're going to be on that stage.
I am.
Well, guys, thank you both very much for your company. Trina, thank you for yours in the commentary box. And thank you for your company at home. Don't forget that at 2:30 we will have a very special documentary series. The latest edition of the Tungsten Talk features on Richie Burnett, the 1995 world champion, reflecting on his life and times on the hockey. That is coming up at 2:30 p.m. exclusively here on Pluto TV. The action continues. Double session day tomorrow. We begin the afternoon at 1 o'clock with Group C, featuring Trina Gulliver in action. Whilst at 10 o'clock we've got some legends of the game and the return of Chris Mason to the hockey here at the Super Series. And then we'll be back Saturday night for the finals from 7:30 p.m. But as far as Group A is concerned here at the Live Lounge in Port, it's the Bronze Adonis that has brought his golden arrows to the Super Series. He's won Group A, which I'll see you tomorrow from 1 o'clock for the beginning of Group C. Bye from us.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Ross when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, let's just put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage of chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on to the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'd be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's 2 options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. so you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taken out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires, and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!